Good evening. I call to order this meeting of the Hermosa Beach Public Works Commission on July 15th, 2026 at 6 p.m. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I'll go ahead and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So please rise as you are able, hands over hearts, and ready to begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And item 3, roll call. Andrew, please.
Yes, roll call for our regular Public Works Commission meeting. Commissioner Hayes,
Here.
Commissioner Britton, Commissioner Bender,
Here.
and Commissioner Floyd,
Here.
and Chair Gretton.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay, item 4 is approval of the agenda. Unless someone proposes modifications, I'll accept a motion to approve the agenda.
So move.
Second, please.
Second.
We'll
Can
just
we
take
get a
a
vote?
vocal roll call. All those in favor of the motion, you may say aye.
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 Oh, Commissioner, aye. And Commissioner Bender? Aye. Motion passes. Agenda approved.
Okay, item 5 is announcements. This is typically for upcoming city events. Anybody got any announcements under this category?
I do. Leadership Hermosa Beach is looking to fill the class of 2027. If you're interested in learning a little bit how the city runs and want to join leadership and get involved in the community service project, you can go to leadershiphermosabeach.org/apply.
Anyone else? And I'll go ahead and bend the rules a little. Rather than making a Public Works announcement later on, I'll go ahead and acknowledge that we have 2 new commissioners that are joining us for the first time tonight. They are Aaron Bender and Nate Flory. The 2 outgoing commissioners are Kathy Dunbabin and Tor Legvold, whom we thank for their service. And so welcome, Aaron and Nate. Okay, and I think that's it for general announcements. Item 6 is presentations, which we have none. Item 7 is general public comment. This is a time for members of the public to address Public Works Commission on items within the Commission's jurisdiction, and on items where public comment will not be taken. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker from those present in chambers and via remote participation, that is Zoom. No action will be taken on matters raised in oral and written communications, except that the Commission may take action to schedule issues raised in oral and written communications for a future agenda item. Speakers with comments regarding departmental operations are encouraged to submit those comments directly to the director, Joe San Clemente. And then I'll just clarify that you can speak on an item that will be heard later in the meeting, but if you speak now, you don't get to speak when the item's heard. I generally recommend, if time's not a big factor, that you go ahead and wait so that you can hear all the staff report and be best informed when you make your public comment, but it's up to you. So with that, does anyone in chambers like to step up for public comment? Seeing none, Andrew, please check online for remote.
We have no participant via Zoom looking to make a public comment, Chair.
Okay. That brings us to 8, commissioner comments. Item A, we don't need to respond. There were no comments. I made my brief announcement, Public Works related. Anyone else? Seeing none. Reports on liaison or subcommittee roles, activities, meetings attended. Seeing none. Brief comments on matters within the subject matter of the commission. Okay, I'm not seeing any there. We'll go ahead and move on to item 9. This is the consent calendar. There's one item on the consent calendar, which is the approval of the meeting minutes of our May 20th meeting. So I can either accept a motion to approve the consent calendar, including those minutes, or we could,
I move to approve the consent calendar.
okay. And then just a word of, Andrew, would you care to give any advice based on the city attorney?
Yes, we did communicate to Commissioner Flory and Bender. It is our general policy that we advise any commissioners or council members to abstain from approving minutes if they did not attend the meeting. Of course, if they wish to do so, we would not stop them, but that is our general recommendation.
Right. And likewise, I don't believe Commissioner Britton was there.
Yes, correct. So as such, Chair Grethen and Commissioner Hayes are there. If those two are the ones who are voting, it would still be a majority between those two. So we would need both approvals to approve the minutes.
Okay. You moved. I'll second your motion. Thank you very much,
Okay.
Commissioner Hayes.
And I'll take a vocal roll call one by one.
Yeah, we should do one by one on this.
Commissioner Breton?
Yes, I voted.
Abstain. Commissioner Hayes?
Yes.
Commissioner Bender?
Abstain.
Commissioner Floyd?
Abstain.
And Chair Grethen?
Aye.
Consent calendar approved.
Okay, moving right along. Items 10 is irrelevant. Item 11, public hearings, none. One more item left before we get to the dry wells and the signage is matter for commission consideration, appointment of a Public Works vice chairperson. And could I get a staff report, please, Andrew?
Yes. As the commissioner is aware, Commissioner Lakevold, who was our former vice chair, and Commissioner Dunbabin have completed their terms and was not reappointed. As such, we do have a vacancy for the vice chairperson. Now, we do not have a specific requirement or code in terms of who becomes a vice chair, but it has been the commission's practice in general to use seniority. As such, currently Commissioner Breton will be up in line for vice chair. But it is completely up to commission to appoint the vice chair who would serve for the rest of the year. And then at the end of the year, we would once again elect or appoint a new chair and vice chair as well.
Okay. Are there any questions about the staff report or otherwise? Seeing none, we do take public comment on this, correct? Any public comment on this item? Seeing none, remotely?
No public comments via Zoom, Chair.
Okay. Since I believe one of the main functions of the vice chair would be to run the meeting when the chair's not here, I, as chair, would be happy to make a motion for Commissioner Britton to become the vice chair of the Public Works Commission.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion, and I will take a roll call one by one. Commissioner Breton,
Abstain.
Oh, come on.
Commissioner Hayes,
Yes.
Commissioner Bender,
Yes.
Commissioner Floyd,
Yes.
and Chair Grethen.
Aye.
Motion passes. Commissioner Breton will be our new vice chair.
All right. So, let's see. Okay, I believe this. Oh, I'm sorry. That was item 12A.
Yes.
Excuse me. You can see I'm chomping at the bit to get to this item. And we are now here. We're under item 12, matters for commission consideration. And now we're at item 12B, which is the proposed dry well project to comply with stormwater pollution reduction mandates. And we'll start with the staff report, please.
All right. All right. Good evening, Chair and Commissioners.
Give me a second.
Cruise right into this PowerPoint, right? Thank you. So as an overview, and we will try to cover the history of stormwater and the future tonight, so pardon the pacing of all this, but what we're talking about tonight is a potential joint distributed infiltration project, which is a not fun way of saying dry well project between the city of Hermosa Beach and Redondo Beach to meet our water quality targets for Santa Monica Bay and specifically the Redondo storm drain. Excuse me. And joint in this context, there are two separate projects, two separate chunks of water. You know, Redondo's going to address their water, we're going to address ours, but there is a benefit to joining them both in the application for grants and, you know, economy of scale should this ever be constructed. So that's the joint aspect of this. Currently, this is all at a conceptual level, and as I mentioned, we are seeking funding to explore and design these projects, specifically from the Safe Clean Water Program, which has an application due date of July 31st. The concept, the LA County storm drain, which runs through Hermosa Beach, we are looking to divert some of that water and infiltrate it into dry wells. The total drainage area, 169 acres, solely from Hermosa Beach, solely Hermosa Beach water, and as I said, Redondo Beach is addressing their own acreage and water. We are currently conceptually identifying two locations for the purpose of this grant application, and that's South Park with 8 dry wells, and then either the Greenbelt or Bicentennial Park with 5 dry wells, and we will elaborate on that soon. So, you know, the elephant in the room is the Redondo storm drain, which we're all familiar with, and that's exactly what this project is to address, right? That's a large storm drain that captures water from Redondo, Torrance, and Hermosa Beach and drains right out into Santa Monica Bay. And regularly exceeds its pollutant limits. And we're all very aware, and that's why these rules are in place for us to address that. History, going very meta level on the regulations that spur all this. And of course, there's regulations, but there's also, as members of the world and this local region, we would like to make that ocean a little cleaner, and that's what really inspires all this. So we meaning Manhattan Beach, Redondo Beach, Torrance, us, and LA County are in a watershed management group, which was a part of a state mandate to meet the NPDES permit, which is essentially stormwater pollution prevention, which is goes back many decades, and the latest iteration is what we're addressing here. We, as a group, developed a watershed management plan, which was then approved by the State Water Board, and it identified programs and projects to reduce pollution. And essentially, it's as simple as that, although it's very complex. Part of that is the other essence of all this is capturing water so that we're not letting polluted runoff go to the ocean. So if we can capture that water, treat it, keep it out of the ocean's cleaner, everybody's better off. And that's what this is for. And each of the cities has had a number of projects that they've needed to complete to accomplish this. Each of the cities is still almost there, but not quite. And we are one of those which need to complete at least one more project. And we recently completed the Green Street project in the south side of town, which you may have noticed. That was one of the required projects. We've got one more to go, and that's what tonight is all about. So going way back to the bad old days, there was a Greenbelt infiltration project that was proposed as part of the original watershed plan, and that was in 2016. It was proposed to drain parts of Redondo, Torrance, and Hermosa. Conceptually, it was looking at a giant concrete chamber, 25,000 square feet, to be installed in the Greenbelt to divert water from that Redondo storm drain and put it into that chamber in the Greenbelt between Redondo and 2nd Street. Community concerns at the time raised a lot of issues. Council decided to cancel the project, and consequently, Hermosa Beach was required to return the grant funding that was going to fund it, return funds to the neighboring cities that it contributed, and then pay for an additional feasibility study to determine what do we do instead, right? So that feasibility study identified a number of smaller projects in each city. So instead of one to capture everybody's water, each city was going to capture their own water in a handful of smaller projects. Out of that initial look, that initial feasibility study, there was the concept of installing up to approximately 23 dry wells in Hermosa Beach. East of PCH was identified in that. Further analysis, we've, based on a number of factors, we've realized that we can do the same with less wells in a different location. We, last year, hired a consultant to help us look deeper into that and help us apply for funding to look even deeper into that, to see what is feasible, what's reasonable, and eventually get this constructed. And so the proposed project is what we see as the least impactful option in an evolution of concepts, which we will go over soon. Here is a not too hard to see picture of, this is a illustration and map of both the Hermosa and the Redondo aspects of this joint project. So the grayed out boxes are the 13 dry wells that Redondo Beach is looking to install. It's spaced out over various neighborhoods just east of Hermosa Beach. And then you see on the left, on the west side of it, is Hermosa Beach, and the 8 and 5 wells totaling 13 that we are looking to install where appropriate. What is a dry well? It is essentially a big concrete tube, engineered, put into the ground, various depths, but let's say 10 to 20 to 30 feet deep, depending on groundwater and other factors. And it's filled with gravel, more or less, and water's diverted into it, which then sinks back into the earth during a storm event. If there's excess water, it bypasses and goes on out to the Redondo drain. And then day to day during dry weather, trickle would just go into there and disappear. That's this essence of a dry well. Here is a picture of a dry well installation in Redondo Beach, just to give you a sense. On the surface, this previous picture, right, shows the vertical cross-section of it going into the ground and the groundwater, et cetera. But on the surface, you're looking at a couple manholes, an inlet, maybe some additional inlets depending on the configuration of the storm drains in that location. So under that manhole is that, that tube of gravel, but at the surface, it's pretty minimal. Specifications for a dry well, they should be ideally installed 15 feet away from each other and any, nearby structures. And this proposed dry well concept as presented in this presentation, the closest dry well we have to any structure is about 40 feet, just for reference. Next, this is existing dry wells in LA County. So just to kind of illustrate that this is not a new cutting edge technology. This has been around for quite a while, and there's currently at least 1,400 dry wells installed in the LA basin. This information is from Torrent, which is one of the biggest dry well manufacturers and installers. There are others, so there are more than 1,400 in LA Basin, but there's at least 1,400 in LA Basin that have been functioning for a number of years, different installations, different vintages, but working well and capturing millions of gallons of stormwater during a storm. Specifically in Hermosa Beach, there's at least 3 dry wells that have been installed over the last 15 years or so, 16 years. These are all private property installations, but nonetheless, these are dry wells installed by Torrent. And as you can see in the little box on the left, our neighboring cities have installed quite a few over the years. Recently, the Green Street project, which I mentioned, which in our case was permeable gutters, in some of the other cities, they installed dry wells. So for instance, Redondo Beach has 21 dry wells. I mean, we saw a picture of it earlier. These are, again, they're around and tested, and none of them has failed as far as we know. And speaking with the other agencies, they are happy with the performance to date. So back to the project evolution. From the massive Greenbelt chamber, which was canceled, to a loose, kind of a rough feasibility of 23 dry wells east of PCH. We are now looking at a smaller number of dry wells, which of course reduces impact to the community both during construction and after, reduces total costs, making this project more feasible and more doable so that we can meet our mandates. And it enhances our grant eligibility by not only making it more cost effective, of course, filing jointly with Redondo Beach, also it adds to that, the attractiveness of the application and the project. And then also, depending on where this ends up being sited, we would certainly want to add other benefits, whether it's improving a park, local flooding, paving streets, whatever the case may be, wherever this ends up, those are things that we can add into the project which make it all more attractive to everyone involved. So here's just another kind of visual of that project evolution. 2017, the large infiltration gallery, the feasibility study, image of dry wells on PCH, and now looking at a smaller number, more closely located to those county storm drain lines we're trying to intercept, and consequently potential other benefits and overall cost effectiveness. So here are details of the concepts that we are proposing. And I will stop here to mention that these concepts are just concepts, right? These are dots and lines on a map. We would include these in a potential application for grant funding, but the feasibility of these, the engineering that would go into these will all be determined if we get the funding and are able to perform that work. The eventual line, location, layout, feasibility, groundwater, all those things will be determined in that process. We just need something that looks feasible to get the grant application. These locations can all be moved within that should we get the funding, and as long as we accomplish the overall mission, the overall water capture goal of the project, the granting agency doesn't care where we put these, right? It's just a matter of accomplishing that task without, going too far afield. So that being said, that is why we're applying for the grant money, is to be able to do the further investigation to see what is reasonable, what's feasible, what's doable, what makes the most sense for everybody involved. But obviously to apply for a grant, you got to give them something, and that's what these concepts are. And so from our very light analysis at this stage, these are some concepts that we're proposing. So one of which is South Park. So this would capture one of the two LA County storm drain lines that come down. They meet just in the south end of town and then dump into the Hermosa drain. So we've got two. We would like to capture a little bit of both, closer to that downstream area for efficiency, and that's what these concepts try to accomplish. So in South Park, for instance, we could add 8 dry wells by simply removing that eastern walkway, digging them in, installing the dry wells, and then reapplying the walkway. It would be the same, but with some manhole lids in it, right? There's a chance for some park improvements, and then obviously from an impact standpoint, we're not destroying any roads. The park would still be functional mostly during the time of construction. So it seems like a viable idea. Next, we have the other storm drain line that we need to address. So there's 8 in South Park as conceived here, and then we need 5 5 dry wells elsewhere. So we looked at 2 locations. Right now, on paper, as a concept, the Greenbelt is preferable because, again, it's softscape, it's easy to construct, it's easy to maintain long-term, very little impact. We can plant plants and trees around it, and it looks like 5 manholes down the road, potentially. So that's option A here, as presented to you. And then the other option, just across the Greenbelt, would be Bicentennial Park. So here, it's a little bit more work and cost because the connection to that county storm drain line is quite far afield. So we would have to rip up quite a bit of Ardmore and 4th Street. But there is potential to install dry wells there. There's potential to improve the park a bit, pave Cochise Street, etc. So here's a chart of all of that, just again for visual learners, starting with the Greenbelt infiltration project, which was canceled, which was massive, had a $7 million price tag, and that was 10 years ago, right? Our share was small, but nonetheless, that is the past. Moving into that initial dry well concept, we had 23 dry wells, approximate $7 million project cost. And then into these concepts that we're proposing tonight, which would go into a potential grant application. We've got option A with 5 of them in the Greenbelt, option B with 5 of them in Bicentennial Park. And you can see it's $1 million difference, certainly a different impact as far as construction and long-term maintenance and operation. But that's it. There's the evolution of it all in numbers. So, project schedule. That's what we're here for you tonight. Is in a couple weeks we need to get this grant application in, and that's July 31st deadline. We are working with Redondo Beach and consultant for both of us to get that done, get it in, and then sit and wait for the county and the formerly Measure W, now Safe Clean Water program, to assess the application and decide whether it's viable and whether it should be funded. So with that being said, we would submit it. In summer of 2027 is when we would officially find out if we've got funding. In the meantime, there's a handful of steps in that process by the Safe Clean Water Committee to assess the project and the application. In that meantime, we also, as a city, would be doing technical, geotechnical and design investigation because we realize these sites have not been fully vetted. We understand that needs to be done before any of these sites can be approved, and that's our goal, right? We will not install anything that will not work, so it's a matter of finding that. But as a concept, we'll get that in. By next summer, we would know whether we got the funding, and then we would start that design work, which could easily take about a year. In that time frame, we would pace ourselves for applying for construction funding, which would be yet another year of waiting, and then construction sometime after that. So to skip to the bottom bullet, construction is quite a ways down the road if we are unable to get grant funding. We do have some city funds which we could explore phasing or chipping away at this project in one way or another. That would be obviously TBD, and we're kind of anxious, but also have to sit and wait for the process. Community outreach, though, which is why we're here today, is something we're trying to emphasize this time around on this project as opposed to the past. This is it's not even step one. We already mailed out 2,500 mailers, a few weeks ago for this purpose, right? We want the neighborhood to be aware. We want to hear concerns ahead of time so that we can make everybody happy at all times, right? But yeah, there's a lot of steps in every stage of this, and we will both report to the community, the commissions, and council as this progresses, because it's a very important project. We are required to do it and face serious fines, but also, like I said, the project is there to capture our pollution, keep it out of the oceans so that we and the entire Southern California and beyond can enjoy that ocean in a nice way. So that is the goal. That's what we're trying to accomplish here, and I can't emphasize enough that at this stage we want to get the grant application in, hopefully get that funding, and then do a further investigation on what these projects may actually look like, where they will go, and everything else surrounding that. So with that, I could use a drink of water, but we are here for questions.
Excuse me, my computer went dark on me, so I got to get back.
And I will mention, we're obviously joined by a lot of our staff and our engineers, as well as our consultant for any questions, but I would advise that getting too technical at this stage is not super effective because we don't know the details.
Okay,
Thank you, that's all.
okay, so as we enter into the questions part of this, one thing we do, this is a process thing, is we have our ex parte disclosures. So I'll just disclose that I walked the site, all the various locations. A couple of things I was interested in particular were the landscaping and the existing trees and the proximity to homes and structures. So if anyone else would care to make a disclosure, if you walk the site, now would be the time.
Yeah, I've walked the site as well.
Okay. And then the other thing, I'll just acknowledge that we received from some pretty substantial written input, but I guess that's part of the public comment part of this. Would anyone like to start off with questions?
I just want to clarify, we have two options, and what we're looking at is recommended as option A. Is that correct?
Correct. But again, here to hear the feedback and yeah.
Not at this time, Commissioner?
I'll
Hayes?
jump in.
Yeah, please do, Commissioner Bender.
Are there any flood control benefits that come with either option A or option B?
Joe, do you want to take that? I think, well, I could start, and if I'm wrong, correct me. In those particular spots, not necessarily, but again, those spots, there's a lot of variability within each of them, and then also we may end up somewhere else. And so there is some local flooding in some parts of Valley and Ardmore, and depending where this ends up, it could certainly help that, But right now, yeah, it's hard to say.
And then I have one more question.
Sure.
For now. You had mentioned that you had a water capture goal. I know we were talking about acreage
Right.
of stormwater, but are we looking at specific acre feet or volumes?
There is a volume, and I don't know it off the top of my head, but yes, that's identified in the water management plan that we
Okay.
submitted to the board, and yeah, that's exactly. So, and thank you for mentioning that, because as long as we achieve that, both the water board and, Safe Clean Water Program, that's the real essence of this project. So whether we put the dry well here or there is not as substantial as it just capturing that volume.
And so either design comfortably
Yeah.
achieves that goal.
As very roughly conceived right now, exactly. That number of dry wells in those locations will get us there. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so the grant application, what does it commit us to in terms of how far downstream we get with design and/or construction?
Again, as I just mentioned, it's really about capturing a certain amount of water, and that's going to be the goal. We have to identify, a project of some sort to focus on. But in the process of that, if we determine we need a few more dry wells, a few less, it needs to move here or there, they aren't that concerned with that. It's accomplishing that capture goal. And I mean, I can tell you.
I don't know if maybe I'm not
Okay.
getting the intent of my question
Sure.
out. So I just want to understand what level of design maturity would we proceed to? 100% drawings to build, 60% a concept, and what level of is it just feasibility? What
No.
are we looking at?
No, this would be design and engineered plans, if I'm correct. Right. Yeah. So this would be final plans ready for construction, which at that point we would seek funding for construction. Yeah. So this
I'll
grant
clarify.
is to get design and engineering funds, which ideally at the end of that we would have plans for a project. Right.
What I'll add in that is the first step of that will be the detailed feasibility and conceptual design that has to be part of that process. So ultimate goal is to get to final bid documents, but there's a lot of steps in the way. And so what I want to emphasize is we are here very early in the process tonight, intentionally, given the concerns of the prior project, really we have dots on a map. We are here at a very conceptual level. We need funds to get going. The city cannot afford this project right now. We are trying to get outside funds. We do not have a significant amount of dedicated stormwater funding, and that's what we're trying to achieve with the grant application, which will give us flexibility to review these options in more detail with the goal of incrementally getting up to that final design level. But it will be a process.
Okay, so if we got far enough downstream where we had a true handle on feasibility and performance and potential impacts and resident concerns, we could voluntarily pull the plug at some point, just based on that alone, right?
I mean, yes, yeah. I mean, as history has shown, we can back out at any time, but these grant funds do need to, result in a plan. Otherwise, we'd have to refund those grant funds as well. But let's say we spend all the money, we get a 100% engineered plan set, we don't have to move forward at all at that point.
Okay. All right. What's the main motivator for now looking at the options downstream? And now I mean downstream, literally downstream, not in time, but in water.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
is it cost? I see there.
It's certainly cost. It's cost effectiveness, impact to the community. I mean, digging up, a walkway in a park is much less impactful than digging up a handful of streets, And cost, yeah, absolutely, because if it costs too much, it's never going to get done. Our duty as public servants is to save the city and the residents money if it's effective and properly impactful. Everything will be impactful, of course, but we want to minimize that. We want to get the water in the ground and hopefully have people forget about the 13 manholes that are now in their neighborhood,
Right. And I realize it's really early and we just have these rough concepts. Nevertheless, there are estimated costs, which I know we need to be careful with at this early stage. So it looks like, so I'm seeing for option A, for example, it's a 3.9 versus 7 million or so east of PCH. So, I mean, is that good to, what's the fidelity on that? Is that good to like 50%, 25%? I mean, it's substantial, but.
Yeah.
I
don't know if you have an answer on that, Joe. I mean, one thing.
Can you clarify your question? Are you asking about the accuracy
I'm trying to
of the
understand
estimate? Or?
how much confidence we have that the difference in cost is $3.1 million.
So, I mean, these are ballpark order of magnitude estimates. I mean, I think the way to compare it is 23 dry wells at 20 or so different locations throughout the city are logistically more complicated. When we get east of PCH, we're in the roadway. Traffic control is a lot more expensive. There are a lot of underground utilities that we have to work around. It's not infeasible to do it, but it's more expensive and complicated construction to do. By cutting this from 23 down to 13, we're automatically reducing the capital cost for just the material cost. And by having two consolidated sites, our construction is much more consolidated. We only have 2 construction sites versus 20 different sites. And so logistically, it's a lot simpler and more cost-effective to build. But again, these are order of magnitude.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And worth noting too is long-term O&M, operations and maintenance, which we're required to include in this, is easier when you've got 2 sites versus 20. So a lot of other factors as well.
Okay. And then options A versus B, and again, the additional costs on option B, is that because there are a lot of other benefits included, like paving Cochise and the additional tie-in to the other water line on 3rd? I mean, are those other things that are quoted in the report part of that number?
Oh, absolutely. I think the benefits, but as well as just that work. Like I said, we would have to rip up a line, a block down Ardmore and 4th. There's just a lot more work. The benefits, whether it's to the park or paving Cochise, are half or less of that overall additional cost, I would say. Yeah.
Okay. And I won't go too deep into this, because we're focused on what's before us, not the designs east of PCH, but there have been at least 3 concepts 2 or 3 concepts I've seen east of PCH. So can I assume that the concept shown in the staff report is the latest and greatest baseline?
Yes, yes. That's
And the
correct.
reason I ask is there was a so-called desktop report that was an attachment when this went to council to grant the study contract
Right.
earlier this year. And that was really, had drywells all over the place on the east side. So I wanted to, what I'm getting at is whether that's another scenario where east of PCH could be even more additionally expensive.
Yeah, I mean, like Joe said, it's 20 construction sites versus 2 in a sense, and by getting further down the line where the water is concentrated, we can address it immediately, whereas up on the hill on PCH, you're sprinkling versus various drainage areas, and that's why it was designed, as it was at the time.
Okay. Let me just double check. I've got other questions, but they might be more appropriate, if at all, asked after we receive public comment. Let me just double check here. Okay, and there was no notification for the people that live in, for this meeting that live in the area where
No.
for the east to PCH
Oh,
alternatives, correct?
correct, right. This
Okay.
was just in the vicinity
Because
of
the focus on
concepts,
that.
yeah.
Okay, that's all I got for now. I may have some more questions later. Any other questions, just to check before we open public comment?
I have some. So at some point, we were going to do a project east of PCH, and at some point, we pivoted.
Right.
Can you talk about why we did that and when that happened?
I mean, it was an iterative process over the last 2 to 3 years. So after that initial feasibility, that study which came out of the cancellation of the larger Greenbelt project, that was included in that. And as we looked at it closely, both in-house and with the consultant and with the watershed group, started to see that there's potentially a more cost-effective, simpler, cheaper way to do this. Finding open areas, softscape that could work. And so it was, I mean, there was no moment. I think it was, as you can see from the concepts, it's kind of evolved and, new staff, more looks at it, a pending deadline, which kind of put some urgency into us. And so it was just a matter of looking at it and getting it done.
Okay.
If I could add to that
Yeah,
too,
sure.
just I'll add a little bit more. I mean, I think some of the comments I noted before, I think it's also, we're trying to, given the price tag on this and the limited amount of storm drain funds that we have and CIP funds available, we do have a mandate. We have to get this project done. And so we have a looming timeline to get this completed or facing potential fines. So a project does need to be completed. And I think as we've continued to look at this, we're trying to refine how to get this completed. How do we address the community concerns? How do we get this project so it has less construction impact in something that we could potentially afford? There's no guarantee we'll get grant funds. We're going to apply. We're hopeful that we're going to be more competitive. However, should we be unsuccessful, the city will need to proceed with constructing as many as we can afford. Currently, we have about 1.3 million available in the CIP budget for the drywall project, but that's not going to pay for everything. It might advance the design. Perhaps we can afford a first phase. And so what we're trying to do is find a way to make this actually happen, because we are in a position where it has to happen. As I noted, we're looking at 20 or so different sites in the city with more complex construction. We tried to find, is there an easier way to get this done with less impact spread out through the city, lower the cost, less maintenance, long-term maintenance in the future, and I think that's the proposal we have before you tonight.
Okay. Can you explain how 13 dry wells will do the same work as 23?
I'll give that a stab. I think it has, again, it's the effectiveness of as you can see, the 23 is to address a bunch of little drainage areas based on the, the geography and the geometry of the hill east of PCH. Whereas if you move down to the kind of the end of those lines, right, where they meet and then dump into Herondo, you're getting a lot more bang for your buck as far as stormwater, right? I mean, all that trickle from the hill gets down to here, and so you can get a handful of.
So does that mean a dry well down here needs to be deeper or larger diameter than one would have to be if it were east of PCH?
Not necessarily, and again, they only capture as much as they can, and in a big storm event, the rest gets bypassed, right? But it's just more effective and efficient, whereas maybe up on the hill, each one is not getting its max in a sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
If we choose the greenbelt option, will any trees need to be removed, or are they going to be damaged?
There's no need for that. And again, we don't know the location of any of this. We can certainly adjust it to make sure that that doesn't happen,
Okay. Have you checked with the city attorney that this use is an acceptable use for the greenbelt?
Not yet. But both that and any CEQA environmental considerations will absolutely be a part of the design as required by the funding and our own policies and procedures.
Okay. I mean, that seems like that's pretty important.
Yeah. We have a feeling, but it hasn't been fully vetted, and that will be.
Yeah. I mean, I know that when the other greenbelt project came, that issue came up. It was never really adjudicated because the project went away, but
Sure.
The written comment brought it up, and I figured I'd ask the question.
Yeah, as we mentioned, we have quite a bit of homework of our own to do while this grant application is sitting with the Safe Clean Water Program. So we are ready for that.
Okay. Somewhat of a technical question that was brought up in some of the written comment. Where is in order for a dry well to work, it needs to be above the water table.
Sure.
Where do we know where the water table is?
No, and that's
Okay.
what these grants funds will determine. Yeah.
So if we get grant funds and we drill down and find out that the water table's at 15 feet or 20 feet, we're back. We
Yeah.
have to punt.
Yeah, we will look somewhere else, right? And sorry, as mentioned, we are going to do some of that homework ahead of time, no matter what, because again, we can't necessarily sit around and wait for the grant funds. We need to know these things ahead of time, so we're anticipating that and looking into it now.
Okay. Related, so I know you talk about that there were a bunch of Redondo locations that have gone in. Do we know where those locations are specifically related to how close are they to the coast? Meaning they're probably going to be a higher water table the closer they are to the coast?
Correct. Yeah, most of those are just east of Prospect, both the ones that were installed 5-6 years ago and the ones that were installed this year. But at the same time, Manhattan Beach just recently approved and received Safe Clean Water funding to put a ton of dry wells right by the beach. And so, there is a precedent, but obviously that's a factor.
So you said this, but I'm going to ask the question again. The purpose of the dry wells is not to catch 100% of the water that hits the ground in Hermosa Beach.
Right, exactly. It's kind of a first flush during a storm. I mean, it'll capture up to its maximum, and then the rest will bypass. Day to day, when there is no storm, it will capture pretty much 100% of dry weather runoff.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the idea is the rain hits the ground, pushes all the dirty oil gunk into these dry wells,
Right.
and then once that's all in there, the runoff is mostly clean, and it's not so bad to go into the storm drain.
Right, and there are pre-treatment devices built in so that it's not fully funky going into the dry well, and we'll maintain those to eradicate that.
Okay. There was some concern in the written comment about the infiltration water affecting adjacent structures. You said we're going to be 40 feet
Yes, I mean,
away from any structure. Are there any concerns? Well, let me ask you another question. So
okay.
the first X number of feet of a dry well is solid, right? No water gets out. It's not till it
okay.
gets down
See,
to the
yes,
to
right,
the
okay.
bottom. So do we know roughly what that? I mean, I know these are like engineering questions, but I mean, it's going to be 10 feet, 15 feet more before any actual infiltration starts happening.
Yeah, more or less that's correct. And obviously, the groundwater levels, the distance from, adjacent facilities will all be studied and vetted and
Okay.
approved when
But
the
my
time comes.
point
Yeah.
is, before any water starts infiltrating out towards adjacent structures, it's going to be 15 or 20 feet below grade, which is probably, and foundations are usually 5 feet down or whatever.
Right.
So it's going to be well below that.
Right,
Okay.
and need to be 10 feet above groundwater level. So that is also going to have to be a requirement of any installation.
Are there any plans that show, you talked about that there's 169 acres of watershed area is there a plan anywhere that shows, what areas of Hermosa Beach that's,
Yeah, it's in the slides. It's essentially that kind of crest of Prospect on down the southwestern corner of town, excluding basically south of Monterey, where we just built all the Green Street permeable gutters. That area is separate and was captured separately by that project for that reason.
okay.
West of Monterey, sorry, but yeah.
Okay, and then I'll have this be my last question. So the construction of these dry wells, is it something that is drilled, or do you dig down to the bottom, put it in, and then backfill it?
Correct. Yeah, you dig the hole, install the dry well, and backfill. Yeah.
Okay. So it is a much bigger hole.
Sure.
Under construction, it's a big hole, but it's not so much, when it's done, it's just a manhole.
Sure. Right.
Okay. I might have others, but I think that's good for now.
Any follow-up questions to that? Yeah. So you mentioned that we would likely go ahead and get started doing some work on our own, given it'd be about a whole nother year till we actually found out about the grant. And
Right.
so I assume that when you go to council, if we go this route, you could make sure that's understood. And the reason I bring it up is one of the things this project's important is the timeliness of meeting the cleanliness requirements and avoiding the potentially very large fines. So I don't know if you can answer this because, our current schedule just shows a line item for the studies we're doing now. But I was trying to get a feel for how much, if we went down the path with the grant and then we found that it wasn't going to work, we would have lost some time. I don't know if you can quantify how much that would be. I know that's a pretty pessimistic scenario anyway. But at the same time, the fact that you are going to recommend moving forward at some level beforehand, I assume that was part of the motivation.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess I'll say this: the timeline of, let's say we get the grant, we will have a timeline identified, but there's flexibility in that. Like, let's say we have a hiccup or two, need to research a little more. If that takes a little bit longer, from the grant agency's standpoint, that's fine. Obviously, from our own deadline to meet state requirements, that's a different story. And of course, we'll try to avoid those delays. But there is that flexibility, at least in getting a good design that addresses everything we need.
Okay. Last call for questions? All right, I'll go ahead and open up for public comment on this matter. You have 3 minutes to speak. It's up to you whether you want to state if you live in proximity or not to any of the sites. I'll leave that to you.
Hello, Chairperson and Commissioners, especially new Commissioners, and Joe and company. I know this is a project that we have to do to avoid fines, and I know it's very early in the process, but a few questions that I had related to the project, if in the unlikely event or maybe likely event that it comes out in South Park and these other locations. In South Park, I'm a little concerned about having manhole covers on that path. That path is used for very young children who are learning how to ride their bikes, use their razors, use their scooters. And there's manhole covers. I could see that being a problem. I'm not quite sure how flat they are, but if they're like a typical manhole cover in a street, I think that could be a problem. And I'm not quite sure why we couldn't have the manhole covers maybe just east of that path, where there's grass, currently grass and dirt. Secondly, I'm curious as to whether there's any smell involved. The last project, the last infiltration project debacle that was discarded, had a possibility of a smell. And that was, I know it was a lot different project with a large giant infiltration bin or wherever that thing was. But there was a possibility of smell. I'd be concerned about smell for people who live near the Greenbelt, people who live near South Park, or people who live up near Bicentennial Park. And just for the benefit of Alan Jaffray, might be happy I bring up funding. Since we haven't been approved for grant funding, the $3.9 million or $4.9 million is certainly worrisome, given the fact that we only have $1.3 million to spend, I guess, set aside, even though that's still cash is cash. It's worrisome given the city's very tenuous financial position of, we have these large deficits projected, including future projected payments for lifeguard, for fire, for beach maintenance, for the pier project, either they're building a new pier, repairing the pier, and also Joe City Yard project. Thanks.
Anyone else?
Hi, hello. I didn't prepare much. I'm just gonna speak what I think. And my name is Marian Pearl. I live on 507 2nd Street, and I moved to her beautiful Hermosa in 1997. A little later, I saw signs, cute signs, "Keep Hermosa, Hermosa," and I thought, oh. But then I learned that the previous city council thought it was a good idea to have oil wells there, and they pulled a fast one on the residents, I was told, and how they did it. And then the residents woke up and they fogged it. 20 years later, $20 million later, it was dismissed. And you would think that any future city council would be very super careful with any project, mandatory or not. And then came the filtration project, mandatory, Hermosa Beach, Manhattan Beach, Torrance, Redondo Beach had to filtrate water, which makes sense. And the city council, I think Justin Macy was the head of it, thought it's a great idea to put a big used tank into the Greenbelt and invite everybody to flow that water in there. So we woke up to it, and then we saw it was not feasible. The Greenbelt has too many issues, especially liquefaction issues, and it was canceled. So then you hired Geosyndic, and they are telling you where the drywall woods works, more uphill, definitely not in the Greenbelt. They would never sign off the Greenbelt. I mean, a blind man on crutches sees the Greenbelt is not suitable for it. And please read the reports and talk to Geosyndic. They know better what's going on and what would be suitable for those drywalls. I mean, it's a good idea to do that, but the Greenbelt is too low, groundwater too high, liquefaction's a major issue. We don't want to wake up and our buildings are flat. That's it. Thank you.
Good evening. Judith Mango, I live at the Mooring Townhomes. I'm here tonight to voice my strong opposition to the city's proposal to shift the stormwater dry well project away from east of PCH and onto our beloved Greenbelt. Let's be completely clear, the city is flying blind. They are asking us to gamble with our neighborhood and public space on a site where 0 site-specific geotechnical studies have been performed. The original location east of PCH was vetted. It had physical data and hydrology modeling behind it. By contrast, proposing the Greenbelt north of 2nd Street is pure guesswork. As we know, dry wells are not simple holes in the ground. They bypass upper soil filtration and inject untreated urban runoff, including heavy metals, motor oils, and toxic chemicals directly into the deep subsoil. Without a single engineering boring or percolation test at 2nd Street, how does the city know this soil can handle the volume? The Greenbelt sits lower than PCH. If the seasonal groundwater table is too high, these wells will violate EPA regulations and fail. If the subsoil contains low permeability clay, the water will pool, saturate the Greenbelt, and cause localized flooding. We are risking subsurface toxic plumes right next to our homes without a single shred of localized data. Furthermore, the reckless shortcut threatens the very grant funding the city wants to protect. We have been down this road before. Hermosa Beach previously lost a $3.1 million regional Greenbelt stormwater grant because of hasty decisions. Forcing a completely unstudied site into a grant amendment restarts the clock on engineering and environmental reviews. We all support clean water and smart infrastructure, but moving this project to an unvetted location without a single shovel of localized testing is irresponsible. It risks our environment, our safety, and our tax dollars. I urge that the city halt this amendment and stick to the PCH parameters, or at an absolute minimum, freeze any decisions until full, transparent geotechnical and CEQA studies are conducted on the Greenbelt. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm very loud. Hello, Chairman, Commissioners. My name's Andrea Scott. My family lives at 509 3rd Street. We are right on the Greenbelt, along with many of my neighbors here tonight. We are here to voice strong opposition for this project going on to the Greenbelt. I came on board and we purchased our home just after the last Greenbelt project was turned down, citing various reasons for safety and many other things to the environment. Our Greenbelt is very beloved by our community, by tourists, by vacationers that bring in revenue to our lovely city. We have, neighbors that have planted over 100 trees on that Greenbelt in the 30 years that he has been there. We know it. They help our environment. They help with the beauty of this area. We are very, very concerned. We have children on our street that go through, that play on that Greenbelt. We have over 30 kids, both healthy, and some kids have a variety of health issues. Asthma, autoimmune disease. There's all kinds of health issues with some of the children. And a big part of the neighbors that are in that community on the Greenbelt, we have elderly neighbors that have been in those homes for over 30 years. They cannot afford to have more health issues, to have a bigger impact from the fumes, the toxicity, and all the other notes that my colleague just spoke about. Besides that, structural security, saturation of the soil. We are low already. We already get flooding on the Greenbelt when there's bad storms. We see it, we witness it, we live there, we know what happens. Soft soil, earthquake safety, structural safety. Those are just a few things hitting on the Greenbelt. With respect to City Council and with what needs to be done. We understand that. We want clean water. But it was just stated at least 3 times in that PowerPoint presentation, we could build the wells anywhere. Doesn't matter where it is. It's obvious that it's safer away from homes and our neighbors and families and communities that are part of the Greenbelt. Resale value of our homes. Having something like that that could impact the soil safety is something that we don't appreciate. We don't want it. Our neighbors have been there since these homes were built. It's not a safe area. Kids from South Park coming over across the beam belt as well, just to reinforce elderly and children. This is not what Hermosa Beach is about. Also, in terms of the inconvenience, the drilling, we've seen the projects that are gone on. This is not something it's drilled, it's safe, it's easy. This will be years of construction. It's going to lose the property value of our homes. So I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. Please understand there's a large concern for our community with this.
My name is Susan Zigband. I live at 508 3rd Street. My townhouse is right on the Greenbelt. I wanted to say that your own consultant found soil that fails in an earthquake when wet. And this project's whole job is to make that soil wet. Where is that analyzed? Nowhere in 400 pages. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Heidi Fernandez. I live at 447 Gerondo Street, and I've lived in Hermosa Beach since 1980, 46 years. Can't believe I say that. Only in 2 homes, both of which overlook the Greenbelt. I'm here tonight to defend the Greenbelt from option A. It's clear that city staff has big challenges when it comes to selecting sites for stormwater collection and drainage. The state mandates are no joke. Selecting locations in our tiny town must be a very difficult task. Well, the zoning and legal limitations of the Hermosa Beach Greenbelt are no joke either. When I moved here in 1980, the Greenbelt was still a railroad. Not working, but the skeleton remained. I was a runner, and I used to run along the tracks. And that's what we called it, the tracks. Not the, I know Janice was here, not the BARC trail or whatever other names there are, but the Greenbelt became beloved. In 1988, the city of Hermosa Beach purchased the Greenbelt outright and designated it as OS1 or Open Space 1. That means it is protected against just about any modification or erected structure. Now, there are always loopholes and ways around the legal definitions of said Open Space 1, but the designation is legal language and clearly stated in the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code. Title 17, Zoning. Chapter 17.32, OS1, Restricted Open Space Zone. There's an intent and purpose section, there's a permitted use section, and there's a permitted improvements section. Those are the areas that I find very interesting. I'm going to read you, if I can, before my time runs out, the permitted improvements of the OS1 zone, which is slightly different than the plain old OS zone, open space. Only non-building public improvements relating to landscaping, beautification, erosion control, and irrigation improvements by the city, which are consistent with or necessary to maintain and assure permanent open space in and for public parks and recreation purposes or relating to anti-seawater intrusion wells as an existing use. Improvements to only those 2 existing parking areas, goes on to say. The Greenbelt area shall be designed and zoned, designated OS1. I know I'm out of time. Public Works, how is this solution congruent with our motto of the best little beach city? Commissioners, please, I urge you not to recommend option A. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Barbara Ellman. Tonight I'm here as a commissioner, Parks and Rec commissioner. What I'd like to suggest is this is a crossover project. We've discussed this in the past, and it is important that we all are as educated as possible in this project. So I would suggest that we consider a subcommittee so that both groups can work together. I think it's important that we understand, I believe it's Proposition 4 is the grant money where this is coming from, that we should, like, how much money is in that grant right now? Has it been touched? Is there anything left? South Park is the only park in this town that is designated as open play. That means we don't have any organized groups there. This is just for the residents to come to. So we have a lot of little kids, we have big kids, we have electric scooters, whether or not they're supposed to be there. As my husband did discuss earlier, having manhole covers in that area of the park could be very dangerous. So there's a lot to discuss here, and I hope that we'll take the time. I know we feel like we're under the gun, but I do think there is a really important discussion to be had. Two of our representatives, Ben Allen and El Marisucci, will no longer be our representatives, so we need to find who our voice will be. And we should be starting with that as soon as possible. But I do know that we lose talking to each other over certain projects, and then we find out later we have a problem. So I'm asking that this is one of your considerations so we can be sure that the residents are getting as much information as possible. I would like to thank Joe and his group for getting the notices out earlier than later. I think that is an extremely important part of this project. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome, Commissioner, Vice Chair, Director San Clemente. My name is Tracy Horowitz. I'm a Parks and Rec Commissioner, but I'm here primarily as a resident. I live at 501 Geronda Street. My front door opens onto the Greenbelt. My friends and neighbors and I were instrumental in working with the city to stop the 2016 project. I could not agree more with Commissioner Ellman, who just spoke about creating a subcommittee, and jointly that would be fantastic. I would also encourage you to invite the stakeholders to be a part of it as well, because I think their voice, education, and feelings matter a lot. I think the transparency that the city is showing right now is really, really appreciated. Director San Clemente has been really communicative, and that's been great. I think budget matters. I think it matters, but not to the extent that it impacts the residents negatively. We know the project has to happen. It's very early in the timeline, and for that, we're grateful to be able to have a voice in what happens. So I appreciate you listening to the residents and the concerns, and regardless of the budget, erring on the side of the residents and what's best for them. Thank you.
All right.
I have visual aids to pass on. That's okay. Hi, my name is Deborah Sanowski. I'm responsible for the 40 pages at the end of your addendum. I live at 506 3rd Street, Hermosa Beach, and my house is right on the Greenbelt. And I worked with my neighbors last time for over a year and a half to work to figure out what was going on with the last project. So I wanted to let you know now, before you get too deep into it, the place on the Greenbelt is probably one of the worst places you could put this project. I know the studies haven't been done yet, but I have all the documentation and the information we gathered last time on water levels and things like that. So I took the picture that the city had, and I added in what we found. The historical high groundwater for the Greenbelt area from Geronda to 2nd Street and probably continuing on to us is 15 feet. So you've got the ground on the Greenbelt, 15 feet below is the seasonal high groundwater. And then you're looking at adding 20 or 30 feet with the well. And one thing that wasn't brought up that's very important, it's great that they looked at the setbacks from the side with 40 feet or the 1-to-1, but the most important one is there's also a 10-foot requirement minimum behind each well that you need the dry water, the dry soil for the water to seep through. So you have to have the well, and then you need 10 feet of dry soil and then the water in order for it to infiltrate. Otherwise, it's just sitting there soaking. So the only well that works here with the 15-foot measurement is a 5-foot well, not 20, not 30, 5 foot. That's the only thing that's compliant. And granted, they haven't done the borings yet right where we are, but that project was Heronda to 2nd. They just crossed the street, and now we're at 2nd Street to 3rd Street, looking at doing the same type of thing, same elevations. Next, so that was the ground. Now the water. We were told that this would only be a Hermosa-only water. And Geosentech, God bless them, did the right study when they did the east of PCH. They went in, they did borings, cone things, whatever those are, and they got all the measurements. Their groundwater is 156 feet. So they have 140 feet to infiltrate dry area. We've got 15. So it makes sense to go up there, and I understand it's more expensive, but it works. You can't infiltrate into saturated soils, which is what we have at the Greenbelt. Let's see. The other thing we're concerned about, part of the project was everyone was supposed to do their own water. We're tying now into the county storm drains, and it looks like we're going to be infiltrating Torrance and Redondo water like last time. That was part of the reason we shut down the last project. So I was told, in looking at it, we don't have the drawings, but we're going into county storm drains, so it's county water flowing down there. It's not just Hermosa Beach. If I'm wrong, I would love to see the drawings. We've been trying to get them. And then as Yogi Berra said, it's deja vu all over again. This is the same project that failed last time. It's going to fail again if you keep it on the Greenbelt because you can't infiltrate into saturated soils, which is what we have. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Hello, all. My name is Jim Stevens. I live at 501 4th Street. I'm here to talk about Bicentennial Park. First of all, a couple quick questions. If you already have 8 wells in the park, in the South Park, why don't you just put them all in South Park? Second question. You do know that on 4th Street between Ardmore and the Greenbelt, there is a major drainage problem. When it rains, and it rains hard, the water will pool on the west end of Cochise and 4th Street, and it will then, if it's strong enough, and it has been, back up and flood garages, one of which is mine. Okay, if it wasn't for one citizen, me, who goes and trenches a 20-foot trench before every rainstorm, the same thing would happen. So if you are going to add an enormous amount of water to that well, that 5 wells that are going to be on in the park, you already said once they fill up, then it just runs off. You're going to add the amount of water onto a street that already floods now, okay? So please, if you're going to do this, you're going to have to figure out a way to raise the street and make it so that the water will, in fact, flow west instead of east. Okay. I've got 1 minute left. How long does it I would like to know how long it takes to build these things. I'd like to know how you figured out how to keep 5 wells within a 40-foot range from other buildings. I wonder if you're measuring from the property line in or the building in. It's a big difference. And there is a building right now in the middle of Bicentennial Park, which would, of course, have to be removed. So I just want to tell you that if you're going to do this, you have to see what the other problems are going to happen if we don't take care of the drainage problem that already exists. I think that's enough for now. Thank you very much.
All right. Anyone else? Okay, so we'll switch to the remote participation. Andrew, please.
Yes, if anyone would like to speak on this item and make a public comment, who are participating via Zoom, they can click the raise hand button. Once again, if anyone is participating via Zoom and they would like to make a public comment on this item, they can click the raise hand to speak. And we do not have anyone via Zoom looking to make a public comment. Chair?
Wow, okay. So with that, I will close public comment, and we can bring it back to the dais for discussion. Commissioner Britton, you
Okay,
look
I have,
like
I have
you
a
have something
couple
to
more
say.
questions for staff that came up. What about the comment about the odor or smell or the runoff? And also the soft ground?
Yeah, I mean, again, these would only be built where feasible and able. So if that's the case and they're built correctly, there's no standing water in them regularly. I mean, that's what the dry well is all about, is getting that water down. We have good sandy soil, so once it gets in there, it should be gone. And again, during a storm event, the excess bypasses, and shortly after it infiltrates down, and there is not standing water, at the bottom of the 20, 30-foot well. Yeah.
So there shouldn't be any odor?
No, because there should not be standing water in them for more than a short amount of time. And again, you've got 20, 30 feet of gravel above it, and so,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, and the concern came up about, the water level. Are we going to hit a problem?
We don't know, and that's what the design and engineering study will do, is find out. And if it's not feasible, the groundwater is too shallow, we move it. I mean, it's.
Then the plan will be scrapped or relocated?
No, we would relocate those. These are all just conceptual areas, right? If we have to move it further up the green belt, or I mean, anything's possible based on what's feasible.
Okay, but it would be moved further up the green belt, not away from the green
Not
belt?
necessarily. I mean, it could go, again, wherever it is doable. Yeah, there's no commitment to any of these locations at this stage.
So all we're trying to do is find out, we're still talking about Exhibit A, which is the green belt.
Right.
So,
Well, and just to back up a little, for this grant application, we can include option A, option B, the granting agency and the work that we're going to do, that is not a concern at this stage. We are going to explore all those and which ones work, or, as I said before, if we have to move it somewhere else, we would explore that. We'd discuss it with commission, community, and council, and move accordingly. We're not committed to any locations. We just need to identify potential feasible locations for the grant application purposes, but whether it's option A or B, they can all be included at this stage. They'll be explored, and then we'll determine.
so option A and B could be included in the grant?
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a very good chance we'll end up with option C and D, before it's all said and done, but you will know all about that.
Okay, but would C and D come before commission, or we don't have timeline? It would just be included to city council?
It's hard to say at this stage. I mean, again, we have about a year before we even know we get the grant funding. And then once that work starts, I mean, we can anticipate at least a year of design and engineering and exploration and communications. We can space that out or pace that in a way that makes sense for everyone. And yeah, it's not like we need to turn it around immediately. And, again, we're here to do what is correct and doable, and what the community and council and commissions want. So, we're not going to build something that's not going to work or that everybody hates, right?
So we're just looking at proposing possible auctions just so we can get the grant money.
Right, and then
Get
do
the
the
grant in for the money.
exploration to figure out what works.
If I could add in too, so I think before you tonight, we have some options. There's cell park location in both options, and then there's also two alternatives, one either in Bicentennial or Greenbelt. Those are just two options. We know that there was a prior option that looked at some locations east of PCH. I think what we have before you is staff recommendation for preference of those locations. I think commission has the flexibility to further condition any recommendation or make substitute recommendations. I think what we're suggesting is these would be the preferred locations subject to detailed feasibility and engineering behind it. We want to make sure this is successful. We hear the concerns. The city does not want to take on concerns later on. We want to address them as part of the design process. We absolutely have a lot of engineering work to do. We have to figure out where the seasonal high groundwater level is so that these are designed appropriately. It's very possible we could do feasibility assessment and discard some of these locations, but there's still work to be done. And so we are looking for some of that flexibility to move forward, which if we were successful in getting that grant, there will be flexibility provided the project as a whole is addressing what we're trying to accomplish, addressing the stormwater. So I think we're open to that flexibility. We are happy to either come back to commission, have additional meetings as needed. We fully intend to provide updates as we go. Like I said, this is the first meeting. We want to come out as early as we could. There's no detailed report, and that was very intentional. We wanted to come out before the report was done so we get out early, collect that feedback, and then we can take that into consideration as we start working deeper into the conceptual design of an eventual project.
So I've got a question then. So we've got this ongoing study. We don't have a report yet, but you have some knowledge of what's been learned so far. So the fact that you're here tells me you have some degree of confidence that a feasible solution exists, even though you're not sure. What's at least enough confidence that you think it's worth applying for a grant?
Yeah, I mean,
That's
absolutely.
correct.
I mean, dry wells, again, are all over the region, tried and tested. They're the simple, most cost-effective solutions as opposed to giant galleries and things. So, yeah, we think within this general southwestern chunk of town that we're looking at, that there's absolutely a possibility for 13 dry wells to go somewhere successfully. You know, where, give or take, 5, 10, 20, 100 feet, we don't know at this point, but that's, yeah, I think there's some confidence for sure.
Okay. And despite all the work that was done on the earlier version of the project, I guess because it was a different location, I'm trying to understand why we don't appear to be more knowledgeable about the water, the water table level at this point.
Well, I mean, even going back to 2017, you know, this area wasn't fully studied. For the feasibility desktop analysis for the east of PCH, that was not an extensive, research either. So we haven't had the funding yet to do this, and that's why we're applying for this grant to do the final serious study that is needed.
Okay. If we do go forward with the studies, we will focus on, be sure to include specific areas of concern by the residents, correct?
Absolutely. That is why we're here today, and we will come back.
And I want to acknowledge Debbie for all the input that she provided, and I want to ask a couple questions or say some things just to sort of acknowledge and define better what those concerns might be. My interpretation of what was received, but a lot of it does seem to be related to where the water table is. And before I go into that a little bit, first thing, again, to review this, piggybacking off Commissioner Hayes' question about, so if things the wells are overflowing and it's just reached capacity in a major downpour event, the water basically overflows and bypasses and goes out to sea or further downstream, correct? So it's not like once we've decided this is where the water's going to go, it's going to go there no matter what. So in some sense, there's that fail-safe.
Correct.
And I assume that feature, I didn't hear it said tonight, I don't think, but it was in the written report. I think liquefaction was one of the concerns.
Right.
So I just want to acknowledge that that's something that moving forward must be addressed. I understand that when you get to detailed design, you have to assure you have a safe project no matter what. But I just want to, make sure, echo back some of the things that we're hearing since we have this opportunity together tonight. Another thing I didn't hear so much, but from what I gather, so say we're now in a dry season or long past the last storm event, and say the water table is above the depth of the well. So the water would basically sit there and kind of go up and down as the water table fluctuates?
Well, but also these would not be engineered to be built in a place where that happens. I mean, there has to be that
Okay.
10-foot separation between the groundwater and the well. So,
Okay,
yeah,
I was going to
no, no,
ask,
no.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I was going I might have asked if that's a hard requirement or just a guideline and whether there's a wiggle room. So what I've stumbled onto is that you intend to meet that requirement.
Right, and do the studying ahead of time, both dry and wet season, to see where those numbers really are now in whatever location ends up being decided upon.
Right. And the reason I ask about that is, again, trying to focus on what is the actual concern in sifting through all the input.
Yeah.
Standing water, mosquitoes, things like that, I assume are part of that. And so.
Correct.
Okay, so I just wanted to acknowledge that was part of the concern that we received as part of the, even though there will be opportunities for further input. We also received a written input about the trees. Thank you, Judith. And you said it a little quickly, but I think there's enough design flexibility to work around those trees. What I saw were mainly two of the large trees, and it looked like there's some flexibility to move them around. So you have some level of confidence if we went with option A and it was feasible from a performance sense and a safety sense that you think there's a high chance you could preserve those trees and work with an arborist to.
Absolutely, and maybe plant a few new ones in the process, right?
It is mentioned that there'd be some possible landscaping there, and maybe somewhere under measured W, we get some extra benefit there. So I did want to go ahead and acknowledge that. Before I go on, any other thoughts?
And again, just as a reminder, I mean, these 13 wells are not designed to capture every drop of water that comes off of this entire area, right? We have a certain state mandated number to capture, but that is absolutely not the purpose of them. There will be bypass on a big storm every time, and that's just how it is. Yeah.
And so what that basically means is that we'll get whatever performance we get based on the capacity we have.
Right.
And we'll do the analysis and provide it to the water board or whoever we have to satisfy that we're compliant with the requirements and avoiding the potentially large fines.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, and so performance was the other thing, in the input received, there was some skepticism about whether the project is actually functioning or not. So
operation, maintenance, and monitoring are all built into these projects, both by the funding agency and the water board, et cetera. So.
Okay, I'm just checking my notes a little more. Excuse me. Oh, Commissioner.
Please finish.
No, I'd like to hear what you have to say.
I think I just have a few comments. I do understand where we are in the process and that this is about securing funding first and that we're just at a conceptual stage. I think what I'd love to propose, and I am happy to be a part of this effort, is doing some outreach and education with the community. I think few of us understand how a dry well works. I think there's a whole lot of benefit in looking at understanding that there's pretreatment in here. There's layers that ideally there is not direct injection of contaminated stormwater into deep soil layers or groundwater. That this dry well helps facilitate treatment of that stormwater. I think it would be helpful for the community to have an opportunity to look at a couple case studies throughout the South Bay at established dry wells with water quality testing over time and a look at O&M records to understand I think it's helpful for people to see, are these really doing what they say they do? And the water quality testing, the O&M records should help provide some confidence in the technology. I think it would be interesting to see, and this will be part of the studies, but looking at hydrographs and relating that to the seasonal groundwater table, when we get our peak rains, where's the water table? And just to the extent possible, working with our communities and sharing that information in a way, going out to communities, doing a lunch and learn, various types of community outreach, so we can all learn together.
Yeah.
And not necessarily in a big council meeting where we're trying to do a lot of other business as well. I think that could be really helpful.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and I agree with that
Oh, yeah.
too. I mean, my immediate reaction when I saw we were reconsidering this site is we're going to have to do the outreach and help people understand things, and like, not to give it too hard a sell, but it's a lot less capture than the original project. We've got the dry wells as another tool in our toolkit. But again, and so I kind of see this, that there's sort of two types of risks. There's the technical and impact risk that people's concerns are here. If we go through the process properly and communicate, it may be workable. I feel like the other risk is the sort of the programmatic risk with what if we do go ahead and do this assessment and it doesn't work out, how much time have we lost and so forth with that. In communicating this to council, I would suggest you emphasize perhaps both aspects of that. And then, go ahead, Commissioner. Thank you.
Yeah, so a couple things. The statement was made that water from other cities is going to be going into these wells?
No, a county line means it was built by, owned, and operated by the county, but those are lines specific to Hermosa Beach. And there's two branches to the other comment. That's why we're addressing both of them separately. And that's,
okay. And then can you explain, one of the commenters seemed concerned about what happens when these wells overflow. Or I shouldn't say overflow. I think that's the confusion. When they reach capacity. So you've got however many gallons in there. What happens to the next gallon of water?
yeah, I mean, there's a concrete pipe leading it right back to that county storm drain, and it flows to Horondo and into the ocean directly. So it's bypassed.
Essentially, somewhere below the hub, the cap,
Yeah.
there's a pipe that takes it into just back to where it would have gone anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're not going to see anything.
No.
You're not even going to, if you walk by it, you wouldn't know that that well is at capacity.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Right.
That was, I was going to comment on something, next question. What's the next step with this going to council? Like, at the next council meeting, is this going to be discussed? Are they just going to look at our minutes? How does council get involved in all this?
I don't know. I mean, at a minimum, if we are successful in getting the grant from the agency, there will be a grant agreement that has to go to council. But I would imagine we would have certainly communications and something more before that.
Yeah, and I think this is very early. Like I keep saying, this is very early in the process. So I think we have some flexibility in how we move forward, and we absolutely want to educate the community. We want to address the concerns, and that's why we're here tonight with not a lot of details in the report, and I'll just keep emphasizing that. So I think we have flexibility in how we want to move ahead. So right now with the grant timeline, we wouldn't know if we had the funds until next summer. I think one thing that staff is considering is while the grant application is in, an application that gives us flexibility to look at different sites, we are considering doing some additional work during the wet season that's upcoming. Because if we miss this wet season and we don't get grant funds until next summer, we're really losing a couple years before we can do that data collection again the following wet season in the winter. So we are looking at getting some additional data, I think, this winter in advance of that, because whether we get the money or not from the grant, we have to move ahead with something. And so we don't want to lose 2 years out of that cycle. So I think there is potential that we can come back to commission. We can certainly have a community meeting with more, once we have more data and more detailed conceptual design. I think there's a lot of opportunity as we work through the next year for those touch points. While we do have a looming deadline, we do have some time in the next year or two as we work through this process. So I think we're open and flexible to what that looks like.
So Mike, the reason I bring it up, my concern is that council has, not frequently, but they have changed decisions that we have made. And, you know, if we provide direction to go A or B, and then you go forward, and then it's a year from now, and you get the grant money, and they say, oh, what the hell did you do that for?
Yeah.
It's going to be a nightmare.
Right, which is why we need to do that more detailed work to really get the data that we need. We want to have the community outreach that goes with it. I mean, as I said earlier, Commission has the flexibility here to come up with an alternative recommendation. I think we'd be comfortable with that. If it's to return with a conceptual design study, once we have more information, we'd be happy to do that. In the meantime, we would continue to apply for grants to get that funding that might help further enable the city to help pay for advancing that work further. But the city does have some money available now to help advance this, at least through the conceptual stage. So I think there is flexibility in how we can move forward, because I agree, I don't think we're at a point we can take this to city council yet. I think there's a lot more work to do, and I think we're open to that path of how we get there.
Okay. I still am worried that we're going to make a recommendation, and they're not going to like it a year from now. They've done it before. Pickleball, among others.
I'm not especially concerned.
I think this year we are anticipating a record rainfall year with El Nino. I think if you are able to get out there and do those month studies, I think that's going to give us a really good sense of sort of like what worst case scenario might look like for planning. And then I would imagine Geosyntec, who will be the consultant, correct? Or is it currently? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Whoever the consulting group is, could look at various water year types and understanding functionality of the dry well under various water year types.
Yeah, and yeah, we don't know the consultant that'll be hired with this grant funding at this stage, obviously, yeah. And I mean, going back to confidence, I mean, worst case, well, there's a lot of scenarios, but we go back, to PCH, we go elsewhere to make something that'll work. I mean, we have options. We're just looking for the most effective one at the moment, and we'll go from there, work our way back downhill, so to speak,
So if we were able to go again down this path, at least for now,
I have a suggestion.
I would be interested in anything that gave the answer as soon as possible, is this feasible?
Yeah.
And so I don't know if you need direction from us other than that or I mean, I don't know if we need to make, or I mean, if we just made a motion along the lines of your recommendation, would you have enough guidance to just move forward based on that? Or?
I have a suggestion. Okay, what I hear here is the proposed dry well project concept. We need to get funding for it. These are some of the options, but there's flexibilities. So could we word it something about, we recommend we move forward with the dry well project with various options, A and B, but other possible options in the future. So we're not stuck with these two, we're just showing that we want to move forward with the dry well projects and that we're looking at various options. I think that takes it off the plate of the green belt or of the park. We're just saying that these are some options, we have other ones. But the whole point is moving forward to ask for grant money for the dry well concept. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so would that work if we flex the wording that way, Joe?
Yes, and we are happy to return once we have more information as well.
Okay. How would you say it'd be easiest to word that? Throw it back at you.
That I don't know. I don't know.
I've got a response, though, but I'll let you finish, but, well.
I mean, I think what you said is
Let me ask
fine.
this. Could we apply for a grant to pursue an option east of PCH?
I mean, again, the way that this program, this grant agency and grant funding works, we're not married to any of this. You know, this is just a concept to get kind of a foot in the door, so to speak. As we explore, if we determine that it's here or there or anywhere, they are not concerned with that as long as we accomplish that water capture goal, which is the driver for all of this. So I don't think any specific other additional locations need to be mentioned. I think maybe, you know, add a sentence and possible other, you know, something to that effect. Sure. I mean, it's going to be, you know, the application has a very specific format and everything, and it's going to go in as is with that inherent flexibility built into the process.
So one possibility is we end up with some sort of motion that says, go get a grant to further some concept without saying which one.
That's true. I mean, you could simplify it, yeah.
So I don't think that the recommended action needs to state go get a grant because we don't know that we'll get one. I think the staff is going to apply either way, and we're going to do it in a way that is flexible on the sites. So I don't know that that's a recommended action. I think what commission can weigh in on, are there any deal breakers in the locations, preferences for the locations? If you would like to change the recommended action, we're open to that as well. It could simply say, recommend staff return to commission once a more detailed feasibility study is completed, and you could give preferences or things you don't like or don't want us to do and give us some guidance on how to move ahead. But I think we're open to a adjusted recommended action.
I'm just trying to move it forward for the July 31st date.
Yeah.
So whatever wording we could do, because the whole concept
Yeah.
is getting the money for the dry well.
Right. I mean, again, to reiterate that, the wording does not affect the way that the grant application and the work will proceed, right? You know, they're not gonna hold us to these locations as we explore. It goes where it goes, you know, from the granting agency's standpoint. So, you know, I'll just say that. That doesn't mean you can't specify or clarify, but.
So where I'm struggling with this is, in order for me to make a recommendation, there's engineering questions that I need answers to. And you don't have engineering questions, and you won't have engineering answers until we pick, you know, so it's a catch-22, and so I'm a little bit, you know, I'm concerned that, you know, a lot of the stuff that was in the written comment, the questions I asked earlier about water table and is it all going to work? But I guess my bigger question is more, is it because Bicentennial and the Greenbelt aren't that, I'm assuming the water table at one is going to be more or less the water table at the other. So it's going to have the same engineering problem. So I don't know, I'm talking myself into a circle here, but that's the kind of the problem.
Yeah. Well, I'd prefer to be more specific than vague, given this information. So, first of all, if we do pursue, we should at least acknowledge that there was an option A and an option B, and I'm going to say that I would prefer option A if it's option A or option B. And I think that there's merit to putting some work into option A, because we can potentially save a lot of money. If it works out that it's feasible and we can address the public's concerns, we get the efficiency of it being lower, you know, costing us maybe half as much, right? As if we can address the water table, which is the negative aspect of being down lower. So if you're confident that, if you think there's some chance this can work and we can save millions of dollars, I want to be more assertive about, let's at least look at it up to a certain point with the understanding we pull the plug if it's infeasible or the public can't handle it. So I don't want to be too wishy-washy, I guess.
May I ask a clarifying question? Newbie here. The recommendation we make, will that direct your initial feasibility study, so where your initial investment of resource goes? Or will you have a broader feasibility study to do anyway? I think I'm trying to understand the implications of whatever recommendation we make, because clearly we support this process moving forward, so I'm trying to understand what you need to hear from us and what that will mean.
I'll let you take that one.
Right, so thank you for that. So I think, like I said, we're here early. We're trying to see if there's any major deal breakers. If there are things that commission feels that staff just should simply not continue to look at, that's what we'd like to hear. If there's things that you think we should focus on or preferences in these options, then we'd like to hear that as well. Given that, with that said, we know this is early. There's not a lot of data to make those decisions, but I think we're looking for those preferences. And like I said, we're happy if you would like to change the action for us to return once we have more information. We're happy to have those touch points as we go through the process.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I'm back to my original suggestion, and let me throw it out and you can throw it. I recommend, I make a motion that we propose moving forward with the dry well project, considering both A and B and other possible options that would work for this project. That's my motion.
I'm not hearing
Does that
a
motion
second.
do anything for you guys? Or is that just,
Fine.
I think it would be acceptable. It gives us flexibility, and like I said, we'll be back.
can I add a friendly amendment? And I'm going to, whatever motion we make, I want the very first thing that needs to happen is the city attorney needs to say the Greenbelt is a site that we can legally do something or not.
Okay.
Because otherwise you should spend $0 on it.
Sure. Sure.
Because it's, whatever your opinion is, it doesn't, it doesn't matter until if the city attorney says no, it's a no-go,
Right.
then okay, that's fine, the decision's made.
Yeah.
But I'm a little disappointed that hasn't already happened, but we're where we are.
Yeah.
But
So your friendly amendment is as it has been, after it's been reviewed by the city attorney?
Sorry, getting back to my friendly, I went off on a rant. My friendly amendment would be that the city attorney immediately, or as soon as practicable, review the Greenbelt site for legality of its use.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
So am I hearing a second with the friendly amendment?
Yeah, second with a friendly amendment.
Okay.
Any questions or discussion on the motion? So what does this
Call for a vote.
do for you? I'm still deliberating, Vice Chair. So again, so are we in effect, so I don't know what you would take to council, or is it any of our business? I mean, would you just, in a way, are we saying we had a meeting, we took the input, we worked together to help inform you as you move forward to council, and then you'll give them something open-ended based on our input, or?
I think our intent, so what I recommend is that the recommended action is not to recommend to City Council, that it's recommend to staff to evaluate these options and return to commission. And we are happy to do that. We have time to do it, and I can see that there are a lot of questions and more things that we need to bring forward so we can have a more informed discussion. I think we want to have start the conversation early in the process, see where the hot issues are, and I think there's a lot more work to do. So I think we would be comfortable with a modified recommendation that asks us to return.
Say that again.
So I think we would be comfortable with a recommendation for staff to further explore the options presented and return to commission following completion of a more detailed conceptual design.
And what would you do about the grant application in this scenario?
We would submit it with flexibility. So the grant application is looking to address or treat a certain volume of stormwater, and so I think the way that we would submit it would provide flexibility with various options included, subject to further feasibility.
That's pretty much what I said. I think that's pretty much what I said.
Yeah.
It's not, I don't see any reason to come back. We're timeline, we've all discussed both of it, and we're giving you that flexibility with city attorney's review. So
That would be fine as well. I mean, I think we want to make sure this is a successful project. We have to get this right. We definitely hear the concerns. We don't want to create problems through this. So I think all the options we have, I do feel with some level of confidence we can make them work at any of the sites. Otherwise, we would have not brought them here. But there's a lot more due diligence to do. We want to be 100% certain that we can address all these concerns. But that is our goal.
Okay, and then just quickly before we call the question, so does anyone have any opinions about A versus B at this point, or is it premature? Because if we can narrow the scope of what you study, that might be helpful. We'll just leave it completely open? Okay. Any other final comments? Okay, call the question, please. Oh, Commissioner Hayes, did you have anything else? All right.
I'll take a voice vote for the motion individually. Commissioner Hayes?
Aye.
Commissioner Bender?
Aye.
Commissioner Floyd?
Aye.
Vice Chair Britton?
Aye.
And Chair Gretton?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Cool. Thank you all. And thanks, Mike.
Five
That's right. Okay.
recess. of the Hermosa Public Works. We're now on to matter for commission consideration, item 12C, digital monument gateway and downtown wayfinding signage preliminary design. And could we get a staff report on that, please?
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Christian Alarcon. I'm an assistant engineer with the city's Public Works Department. And tonight, staff is seeking the Commission's review and recommendations on CIP 111, the digital monument sign, gateway signage, and downtown wayfinding signage. Tonight's presentation will provide an overview of each project component before requesting Commission's feedback. To start us off with a project background, this project was initiated to create a consistent family of signage throughout Hermosa Beach that reflects the city's branding while improving communication, navigation, and community identity. The project supports recommendations contained within the 2022 Economic Development Strategy, which identified the need for improved gateway and wayfinding signage. Funding currently includes a generous $500,000 donation from former Mayor Chuck Sheldon and his wife Missy Sheldon. It also has a $50,000 Chamber of Commerce donation, which has been redirected to be used towards downtown wayfinding signage, and approximately $29,000 in city funding. Staff has worked with MIG to develop the conceptual designs that you'll see tonight. Project components. The project consists of three primary components. It's the digital monument sign, gateway signage, and downtown wayfinding. I will begin discussion about the digital monument sign first. The digital monument sign. It's proposed on the community center lawn at the intersection of Pier Avenue and PCH. It replaces the previous monument sign that was removed in 2019 due to structural deterioration. The sign would primarily communicate community events, public meeting announcements, and other civic announcements. This slide shows the location of the prior sign, which is also the proposed location for the new digital sign near the community center. There's visibility both on Pier Avenue and PCH. Next, I'll show the proposed conceptual design. This is the conceptual design for the digital monument sign prepared by MIG. It has an Art Deco inspiration. It is consistent with the community center architecture, and it provides a dual-sided display and utilizes the updated city branding. Here is an illuminated proposed concept of what it would look like at nighttime during the evening hours. Now, because this sign was is located adjacent to PCH, Caltrans required a viewshed analysis for their review. Attachment 6 summarizes this analysis. There was field testing that was completed using a full-scale mock-up that our city yard fabricated. Feasibility was evaluated from multiple approaches along PCH and along Pier as well. The proposed location did not obstruct any traffic signal visibility, and Caltrans additionally reviewed this analysis after we completed it and determined that no additional approvals were required for the proposed sign location. To verify the proposed sign and location, staff constructed the yard constructed a full-scale wood mock-up in the field. On this slide, you can see there the mock-up. It was used during that viewshed analysis that we prepared for Caltrans. It evaluated the visibility from multiple approaches, and it confirmed our proposed footprint. This slide illustrates the size of the digital display with the overall monument. Caltrans approval was completed. We were able to compare sizing with this full-scale wooden mock-up. And the sign will require Planning Commission approval prior to going to City Council. It has an estimated cost of about $150,000 to $250,000. And yeah, that's it for the digital monument sign. Next, I'll move on to the gateway signage component of the project. Now, for the gateway signage, it focuses on creating a cohesive gateway signage program throughout the city. The purpose of the gateway signage program is to establish a consistent visual identity at the city's major entry points. Currently, we have gateway signs that were installed over various decades using different materials, colors, branding, and it results in an inconsistent appearance. Currently, the city has a total of 5 gateway signs located at various entrances to the city, which you can see here on the slide. We have here the concepts for the gateway signage. Working with MIG, staff developed a family of gateway signs that use consistent architectural features, materials, and city branding while complementing the proposed digital monument sign. On this slide, you can see larger monument-style gateway signs from other cities that we reviewed and we looked at. Now, what this slide contains is proposed sign locations throughout the city. It also has examples for certain locations. Using multiple sign types allows staff to reflect or to select the most appropriate design for each location based on sizing, based on the way it looks, while maintaining a consistent appearance citywide. With the conceptual designs established, staff then evaluated where each sign type would be appropriate and also provided a priority level for each type of sign in each location. Now, we have a limited budget of approximately $250,000 to $350,000 for the gateway signage. Staff evaluated both the existing gateway sign locations and additional entry points that may benefit from new signage. This is where staff is requesting commission input on the overall sign design, proposed locations, appropriate sign type, high, medium, and low priorities for each location and each sign type, and additionally the appropriateness of uplighting. Next is the downtown wayfinding, which is also the last component of this project. Unlike the previous components, staff is not presenting any conceptual design tonight. Instead, staff is requesting direction. The project limits for this downtown wayfinding are along Pier Avenue from PCH to Hermosa, and Hermosa Avenue from 10th Street to 14th Street. The recommendation from the Economic Development Strategy recommendation in 2022 was to inform and direct visitors from PCH, Aviation, and Artesia to the beach, parking, and downtown districts of Hermosa Beach. This year, the feedback that staff received from the chamber was that they would like to see improved parking information, directional signage to important features, and cohesion of color scheme. These are the questions staff hopes the commission can help us answer tonight as far as downtown wayfinding. We want to eliminate sign clutter. Who's our target audience, pedestrians, vehicles, or bicyclists? And what is the effectiveness versus GPS and smartphone technology in this day and age? These slides show the existing signage inventory for gateway that we have, for wayfinding that we have throughout the downtown area. And this slide has existing parking signage inventory that we have throughout the downtown. What we're doing here is seeking direction from commission and community on the goals and a more detailed recommendation as far as the target audience, signage placement, and what we want these wayfinding signs to contain. The $50,000 donation we have from the chamber will need to cover the design, fabrication, and installation. And we're thinking funding may not be sufficient depending on level of signage and design. Could it please? Oh, there we go. In closing, staff is requesting 3 recommendations from the commission to consider a recommendation to City Council to approve the conceptual design of the proposed digital monument sign located near the community center. We'd also like review and provide recommendation to City Council regarding the proposed gateway signage locations, the priority rankings, and conceptual designs. And we'd also like to review and provide recommendations to City Council on the overall goals of the downtown wayfinding signage program, including the target audience, preferred signage placement, and desired content before conceptual designs are developed. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
I've got a few. So the original sign at the community center was up in the air. Is there a reason we're going with a monument sign now instead of pole mounted?
I'd like to read it.
I'm happy to jump in. Thank you, Commissioner Hayes. Yeah, a couple different reasons. One was, one of the primary issues was the visibility versus the traffic signals. So in order to get the old sign was static. Let me start with that. So there was no conflict of visibility potential with the traffic signal on PCH. And so one of our design considerations was to do a lower sign to reduce the potential conflict with the signals that are raised up higher. Another consideration was that there was a prior proposal, I don't know if it was 5 or 10 years ago, for a much larger, taller digital sign. And my understanding is that that proposal did not advance out of concern for how large and obtrusive it was along PCH. So what we tried to do was have something more ground-mounted that might help reduce some of those potential concerns for visibility, but still be at a highly visible location while also not impacting signal visibility.
Okay, so my next question is, do we have any concern about vandalism?
I think it's always a concern. One of the options is to get there is a special screen cover that you can get on top of it to help reduce vandalism impacts to the screen. But it's always a potential with anything we have. I'm hoping that with the high visibility of the location, with the tamper-proof screen cover, that might help reduce.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, if we're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars and somebody makes it useless with a can of spray paint, at a minimum, there should be a piece of plexiglass. I don't know how that works with glare and all that kind of, but whatever. I think it's a concern. I think that it needs to be addressed. Because whether or not it's on the busiest corner in the city, somebody will tag it if they want to tag it. And then my next question is on the monument signs at the entry points. So we just did a sign, or we had Skechers do a sign for us, and then it looks like the proposed designs are not. I would have expected them to be a lot more similar to that. It seems like that's going to be another one-off. Is there a reason we're not trying to emulate that, or?
So the Skechers sign, it's built on their own retaining wall, and I think what we tried to do was come up with something that has the new design and logo that could be placed at various locations. And I think the trick is with all the different entry points, we have different size constraints. So Skechers has a really big retaining wall. Most of our medians are not that large. In some cases, we're proposing gateway signs that are more of like a pole sign on a sidewalk. And I think we have the same logo, and we're using the city styling and lettering. But as we worked with our team, we came up with some slightly different options.
But when I look at the Skechers sign, a few things jump out at me. It's the stone, and then that the logo is kind of half, the lettering is kind of half above the monument and half on the monument. And so, I mean, those are, and again, I'm not Mr. Design guy at all. But from my standpoint, like, it would seem that you might be able to bring those elements in on some, not on all of them by any means, but on some of the larger monuments, like maybe the one on Hermosa Avenue or something like that. Just my 2 cents. That's it.
Could you leave up the sign of where you're going to be around the city, that slide you had?
Which one? Sorry.
The one where shows where they're located around the city.
Am I able to go back to
The gateway signs?
Oh, I thought I was able
that
to.
one?
Yeah, that one. Your question again? Sorry.
Was I understand that Caltrans did an analysis to make sure that it wouldn't impair seeing traffic lights. Was any sort of safety analysis done for pedestrians and cyclists? I'm thinking the monument sign for one, because it will have a large and tall footprint. And then some of the median signs where we don't necessarily have a median sign now, will that impair drivers' ability to see pedestrians or cyclists? Was any kind of analysis done?
So the digital sign, it is set back from the corner. And I think, so it should be out of the critical sight distance triangles. I think usually we're more worried about upstream traffic. So if it's on that corner, you're probably more concerned about the southbound traffic on PCH if you're pulling out of Pier Avenue. But there should be some sight lines at that corner, so I'd be less concerned about that location. Should we be advanced with some of the new median locations, we would definitely look at that as we get further in the design. I will say that there are 2 proposed median locations on PCH, and those will require additional approval by Caltrans. So they have a separate encroachment permit process and a significant review procedure for those. So those would definitely get detailed review. Yep.
I just, quick comment. I really, really, really like the design of the electronic monument with the Art Deco stuff on it. So I think it looks awesome. So I'm always Mr. Negative. I want to say something positive.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Don't get used to it.
Gateway signage. Like my observation is that we already have sort of the Brown Street sign, so I don't know if that was part of the thought process, or can you offer up anything?
I mean, maybe I'll start it, and our designers are here tonight from MIG, and I think they can probably save me and give a little bit more of the context of the coloring. But I think we kind of started with the community center, knowing that we have a locally designated historic building. We wanted to fit in with that, but ultimately we wanted all the signs to be part of the same family so that we have that consistent identity, that when you see the signage, it all matches. I think we did try to use city-branded colors, but I think there are some browns that are introduced that more align with the community center. And I'm going to let our design team bail me out with further design comments. So I think I'll invite Oscar from MIG. Thank you.
Welcome, Oscar.
Thank you, and good evening. Yes, in terms of the design intent, it was to have that family of aesthetics and marry that into the original concept, which was really taken off from the digital marquee. And so using the same materialities, same types of fonts and things like that, that's where our design team came up with the other family of signage. And so this is conceptual level, and we're really looking for that input at this point too. So we have the opportunity to really define some more of those details and the aesthetics within that. But the intent is to use the same materiality, colors, and of course the logo itself, as well as the text, fonts, and everything else that go into the aesthetics of the design.
Okay. So another way I might ask my question is, does the color scheme or any other aspects of the design borrow from any other key elements of Hermosa beyond the community center?
The logo itself. So I'd say the colors,
Okay,
the
yes.
logo itself, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's primarily what we're pulling from.
Okay, fine. Anyone else? Okay, I think that's it for questions then. Thank you,
Of course,
Oscar,
yeah,
for
yeah.
now, for the time being. I'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. First, we'll start with anyone in the chambers.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Elka Warner, and I too remember that digital monument sign that was raised on PCH, and I'm kind of concerned now that it's on the ground. I think it's going to be a bit of a distraction for drivers, and I'm up there a lot cleaning the Veterans Memorial, the monument there, and there are kids running around on the grass. I know they do classes up there, and maybe, they'll start climbing on it, or if you're driving, you'd look at it and won't pay attention to the right-hand turn. I also think it might be good to get a few other designs for that. I know, Commissioner Hayes, you like that design, but I'm thinking maybe if we get a few others that correspond to the Hermosa logo, just to have some options. And personally, I like it raised. I think people can see it better. You're not, like I said, the distraction and all of that. And just by the way, I was driving down Pier Avenue from Monterey Boulevard all the way to Valley, and I think I counted about 30 signs. So the visual clutter is a big thing, because then you just start tuning out whatever is up there. There's use sign, stop sign, parking, fire department, this. So, the beauty of Hermosa Beach is kind of our open space. So I just ask you to consider that, and maybe MIG can come back with some alternate designs. I think the other ones are wonderful. They're great. They fit our city. They kind of go with the theme of Hermosa. This I get. They want to make it like the Art Deco, but how many people really know that that's the connection? So I'd love to see some other designs. Thank you so much.
Okay, seeing anyone else in chambers? Public comment? I guess no one else. Remote, please. Oh, we do.
I'm Pat Dacey. I was 3V Signs. We were started the business here in Hermosa in 2010. And we've been through this process from talking about digital to the pole sign coming down to asking for iterations of new stuff. I like the concept of tying in the design for the city being consistent, because that's one thing that was pointed out. It's different all over the place. So consistency is big, and you guys are doing a good job with that. So just pulling that together. That's all we need there.
All right, thank you. Now we can go to remote comment.
Yes, if anyone is participating via Zoom and would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise hand button and we will call on you. Once again, if there is anyone who is looking to make a public comment on this item via Zoom, please click the raise hand button. And Chair, we do not have anyone on Zoom looking to make a public comment.
Okay, I will close public comment. We'll bring it back for deliberations. The recommended action is broken into 3 different categories for the digital monument, the gateway signage, and the wayfinding signage. Although we've acknowledged perhaps some design connections, I'd like us to try to take these one at a time as we deliberate. So if people are okay with that, I'd like to start with comments about the digital monument sign.
Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner
Flory.
Flory.
New Commissioner Flory. There you go. No, I like the digital sign. I like the Art Deco style of it as well. I believe that if it's back away from the street, it's not going to distract drivers. So I'm a big fan of that sign.
Anyone else want to weigh in?
Yeah, I like that sign, and I understand why we're not going higher, but is it because of the concern of graffiti, is there any concept of raising it a little bit higher so it's less approachable by the public, or is that too confusing? Am I making sense?
I think there is potential to go a little bit higher. I think there's some concern of going too high because if we go much higher, it's going to start to interfere with the signals. I think another potential that we could look at is whether we do some type of landscape feature around it so that we don't have, cut grass right up to the front of the screen that might help possibly discourage folks from, leaning on the sign or sitting on it or going right up to it. So that could be a potential buffer. Or some other ideas too, Oscar? Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
And thank you for your comments
Yeah.
in terms of the sign being elevated. But so we've done several of these. We actually work with manufacturers, and one of the things that we've been told and actually investigated and studied is the fact that the signs at this level are more conducive to people actually seeing them and looking at them, as opposed to when they're higher. If people are driving by, they tend to go like this.
Okay.
And that usually leads to issues with traffic accidents. And so that's what we've heard. So this sign at that level is what we've understood as the most feasible and safe alternative to a sign that's actually higher. But in terms of raising it, we felt that the way it's located now, you really, unless you raise it again to an elevation that's beyond about 10 feet, you're really not going to
Protect it.
Yeah, exactly. So vandalism, always a consideration, but that's something that the manufacturer takes into consideration with the panels that they put on it. And we always have a graffiti coating on the concrete as well. So.
Yeah, well, other than a comment, I like where the
Yeah.
size, because I drive up and down that way, and if I'm getting ready to turn left down Pier Avenue, looking right over there, if I'm coming south on PCH, I just see it right there. So I really like the location and the height. And I love the design. I really do.
I'll go ahead and weigh in, and then some. I like pretty much everything about it. I like the location as it helps drivers see either coming northbound or southbound on PCH. I like that it's set back far enough back so that when you're there on Pier Avenue, you can also see it. I'm glad that it's a monument and not raised. I wondered, would drivers be more distracted having to look up and away versus keeping their eyes kind of at normal eye line anyway? That was sort of my gut reaction in thinking about it. I looked at your comparison against other signs around the area. It had a similar area of display. I like the aspect ratio of the display. I like the height and total height and size. I like the borrowing from the deco. I appreciate the view shed analysis that was done. That helped me to confirm that indeed it was a good location and pretty much all the characteristics were good. So I think a good job was done. I think if we were to raise it to address a vandalism concern, we'd have to raise it so much to significantly reduce that risk, that then we'd be in a place we don't want to be. So I don't have the answer. I appreciate Commissioner Hayes bringing it up, however. So I'm all in favor as it is. If, so, anyone else? Why don't we go ahead and then try to move these one at a time while we're at it? So could I get a motion relative to the recommended action number 1 in the staff report? Or should I make the motion?
Why don't we consider all of them, and maybe we can do a bulk?
Because this is the way I'm proposing that
Yeah,
we
and
do
I
it.
think-
Because
I
I'm
think it's gonna
concerned
get
that if
complicated.
I'm concerned that if the other ones get too complicated in their own right, then trying to, I think you understand. Thank you.
I move that we approve the monument sign in concept.
Second that.
Second from Commissioner Flory. Will we get a vote, please?
Yes, taking a vote for motion, Commissioner Hayes,
Yes.
Commissioner Bender,
Yes.
Commissioner Floyd,
Aye.
Vice Chair Britton,
Yes.
Chair Gretton.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, now let's go ahead and talk about the gateway signage. We may need staff to sort of remind us of what you're looking for here. I don't know if it would be helpful to put up the slide. I know you wanted us to weigh in on priorities about both locations and sign types at.
Yes, so I think in the staff report, I think in the bottom of page 5, we kind of bullet out the areas that we're looking for. So I think overall sign design is one category. Proposed sign location, so we have the existing signs, and then there's also other prominent entry points that staff has identified, where we try to figure out where a lot of traffic might come into the city, key entry points, so that there's that identifier as folks arrive into the city. The other considerations are the sign type by location. So we did design the sizes in order to fit each specific spot. So some of the more ground-mounted monument signs, we have a couple different styles based on height and width. And so do you like which sign type we picked for each location?
Yeah.
And then I'll explain a little bit more too, the priority levels that are in there as well. I think with limited funding, so we have $500,000 donation, which the primary use for that was for the digital sign. And should there be sufficient funding available after the digital sign's installed, those funds may be spent on the gateway signs. So we're working into that budget, and that's why there's a bit of a range that's in there. And so it is really important that we get your input on what we've designated as high priority and medium. And so the ones that, if you add up all the costs for the high priority, we feel pretty confident that we can afford that with our rough budget. But I don't have high confidence that we'd also be able to afford the medium in low priority, unless we bid it out and things come in less than we thought. And it could also serve as a guide for, in the future, more of a master plan as additional funding comes available.
Okay.
And then also uplighting. The way that we have proposed uplighting are all the median locations. So there are locations where we do have power supply, and there's other locations where we'd have to look at a solar option. But right now, we are proposing some type of lighting at all median locations.
Okay. So I think one discussion needs to be about the family of sign, the family of designs, and the overall scheme. And then I think if we want to talk about the priorities at the various locations, there's another slide that's got the map and all the photos around it. And I think if we were to all put that up and talk to that together, that would be how we would talk about most of what's left. And then if we wanted to talk about uplighting us along the way. So before we get too into this figure, Any comments on the general,
I had,
the general design before
I
we
have
get
a
into
que-
locations and specific signs at specific locations?
I have a question for clarity. Okay, we saw a lot of signage around the city, and what we're talking about is only these areas, not the parking signs, the direction signs, the blue signs, all those signs. We're only talking about this group of signs, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and if we select priorities, if there's a sign already there, we would pick priorities, but the others would stay in place until the new designs would be put up.
Right, so I think we're saying with anything that's labeled high on here, we feel fairly confident that the budget we have would accommodate that upgrade. Some of the high priorities are locations where we have existing signs, and I think there are some new ones proposed in there as well. I think if you take out the digital sign, we have 1, 2, I think 3 high priority locations that we feel confident. The rest would all fall in those other categories and would really be contingent on funding and actual cost.
Yeah. Okay, for example, the one on Valley and 22nd Street, that could stay as a low priority to be replaced because that looks pretty good and fits in pretty well now. So some of those signs could be left until we have enough money for them. Is that correct? Is that what I'm understanding?
So the one on Valley and 22nd, we're actually showing as high priority. Okay. I will say that just this month, we did do some refurbishment to it. We power washed the brick. We repainted I think it's wooden, or it might be a wooden sign that's attached to it, maybe metal, I can't remember the exact material.
Okay.
And we did actually plant some flowers out in front of it.
Okay.
But it's also a sign that we have probably received more comments on, is not really looking like the others, and so I think that's why staff recommended a high priority on it. But that's something that commission can certainly consider.
I agree that in looking at the bigger picture somewhat, a fundamental question of the commissioners might be whether we would be more interested in establishing a uniformity across the city in a timely manner sooner than later, versus trying to be more cost-effective in keeping the older ones longer. So I philosophically, I don't know if you guys have thought about that, but as cost-conscious as we need to be these days, all things being equal, I like the idea of striving for uniformity sooner than later. And if you want, when we come back and look at these the individual locations, we can talk about that some more. But I agree that whether considering if it already is there or not, it is part of the prioritization. So I think you're on the right track there.
Does Gateway take away from the wayfinding budget?
No, it does not. It's separate. So we have a separate I'm sorry, did you ask about downtown wayfinding?
Correct.
Thank you for clarifying. We have a $50,000 donation from the Chamber of Commerce. So they donated to the city, I think about a decade ago. It was originally intended to be used for a future digital sign. Since we've received the larger donation, we went back to the chamber. Their board voted to approve it, a reuse of those funds to be directed towards downtown wayfinding. So we have some stipulations on how the funds can be used. That's why we're working within this $500,000 budget for digital and Gateway only.
Okay.
And I appreciate the way that is described in the staff report. But that's good for us to keep in mind as we consider the prioritization. So I'm still concerned that we're jumping ahead into the second part. We still haven't talked about the overall design palette, right?
I have some specific comments. I think that the, sign type B and sign type G, so that's Hermosa at Linden and Valley at Longfellow. I'd like to see those be the same sign type. They look to be approximately the same size. They're at major entry points, and I think if they were exactly the same, that would be good. I'm not a huge fan on sign type B. I think the two logos on either side of the sign look a little busy. I think I'd rather see somehow a larger logo and just one. In general, I would like to see fewer sign types. If we could do sign type, I don't know, and it might not be possible, but like if you could do E or F, so that fundamentally you'd have, like I said, I think it's just fewer sign types so that people get used to seeing, one thing, and it's not a bunch of hodgepodge mishmash. So that's my comments.
Can I ask a follow-on question?
Sure.
Then? So, I mean, I assume that there's some advantage to having more sign types in terms of, for example, some locations can accommodate a bigger sign than others. I mean, so it sounds like there's a trade-off between the flexibility versus the uniformity.
I get that, and that's why my comments were the two signs the two big signs are relatively close to the same size. One looks like it's a little narrower than the other, but and one goes on a slope. I know that complicates things, but then I can't see.
Which two are you referring to?
I'm talking about sign type B and sign type G.
Okay.
Again, it's not exact, but they're kind of in the ballpark. And then E and F appear to be, they're the same height. They're both small signs. If there are specific reasons why they need to be separate, I understand. I mean, I'm not that deep into it, but it just seems like there are two 12-foot signs that could be one.
If I could comment about sign type G, there's only one proposed, and we thought there might be a unique opportunity with G, and I'm just explaining why that one's a little different than B, because it would be, as proposed, placed at Valley at 22nd,
Mm-hmm.
and the thought was we would retrofit using the same existing wall. So basically, we could refurbish the wall that's there. We wouldn't have to build a new wall and foundation, and then we're trying to find a way to have lettering and a logo attached to it. Certainly, the design could be modified, but we're trying to reuse something that's there.
So I hear you. Could you do, my thoughts are, and it would kind of two birds, one stone, if you made kind of the middle of sign type B look like sign type G and get rid of the two logos on the sides. Then they're similar, but a little different. And you're using the extra width, and you can reuse the wall you want to reuse on sign type G. Again, these are suggestions.
Sure.
I'm just kind of, I know you guys know this stuff better than I, but
yeah.
No, it's an observation, and certainly we'll take that into consideration. But in terms of what Joe was talking about, that's exactly why there's so many. It's just the locations. In terms of E and F, we're looking at those locations as far as head clearance and also accessibility along a sidewalk. So that's why those two are different.
Okay.
So that's primarily why those look the way they are, and it's really the location. And certainly there's probably a way to address that to where maybe we can look at making it the same. So we can come back with an option that maybe looks the same. And
quick question
addresses
on
those
C and D. They are shown as different colors, but they both show the background as being precast concrete. Is one darker than the other? Are they the same?
Yeah, so those are different locations, and really it's variety, honestly. It's variety in terms of the different, but staying within that same character, and its location as well, visibility as well. So I believe those are two different median locations that we were looking at.
Yeah, I'm just, like I said, I mean, like I said, I understand that they have to be different shapes, but, you know,
Yeah.
and again, maybe people disagree with me, but I think they should be, you know, visually the same, even if they are different dimensions.
Anyone
Understood,
over
yeah.
here care to weigh in, or you don't have to? But
Agree, disagree, tell me I'm an idiot.
No, looking at all these, I think that there's been a lot of work put into them, and I like the branding of them. I think, I'm not a designer, but I would have no problem with any of these signs whatsoever. So,
Yeah, I guess with respect to the, oh, sorry.
If I can just, I really like the uplighting. I think that makes a huge difference, especially because the high priority ones are all ones that, to my knowledge, aren't currently lit. And we are a town known for nightlife, so I think having that uplighting is a nice added effect. And I also like all the designs. They look really great. Thanks.
I tend to agree about the uplighting. I don't think it's a huge cost component, and I agree with the part about a nightlife as well. So maybe some locations would benefit more than others, but I generally would support that, leaning towards that as well. Back to the types of signs, I feel like if someone enters at one location, I don't know if they're really going to say, oh, well, when I entered at the other location, it was different. Again, it's a subjective thing, so I don't know what to tell you. I guess I'm just saying I don't disagree, but I don't feel
We're supposed to
strongly
give our
about
2
it
cents. I
either.
gave my 2 cents.
Yeah.
You just,
And
you don't
that's-
need to do
and
what I
that's part
say,
of
you
the
just need to
challenge-
listen to me.
And that's part of the challenge with this. You know, and while, Commissioner Britton?
I'm happy with all of them. I'm happy the way they are.
I pretty much am too, to be honest with you. I do want to acknowledge, and as part of the comment, we got a letter from Laura Pena, and she also even had a preference, a whole different color palette scheme. I don't know if she did AI to generate that or what the heck it was. It was and there are some other thoughts. You know, go ahead and see if anything in that input resonates with you. But I'm mainly talking about the design part, and I personally wasn't a big fan of the suggestion, but for me, I thought this felt a little more, I don't know. But you know, that's the thing. It's very subjective, and you could get 1,000 different opinions. So, you know, that's my 2 cents, so to speak. But overall, I like the scheme, and I appreciate what you've done here. So, are there any more comments then in general about the whole scheme? If not, we can go on and now look at the map and talk about the different priorities and types of signs at each location. I took a few notes, but unless someone else is prepared.
Just to be clear, to understand the ask, you're asking us to look at if we agree with the high priority designations with the intent of starting with those, funding those first, and then seeing where funds are after that.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, well, I guess since I had a few notes. So for the most part, I was pretty okay with what you have here. One thing that struck me as, you know, part of the priority is managing the budget as well as the timeliness of spending the money. And as I was looking at some of these, I would say, well, maybe that's a high priority or not a high priority. And then I'd say, well, but it's one of the less expensive signs. So sometimes I wrestled with, well, you know, so it's kind of the difference between should there be a sign there at all? And if so, what kind of sign? And sometimes if it was a less expensive sign, I didn't have a problem with the sign being there. So a good example of that is at Artesia and Harper in the upper right corner. So for me, that was something that could potentially be demoted, perhaps even to a low. And the reason for that is when you enter that part of town, yes, you are formally crossing the city borderline, but Manhattan Beach is still on the right side all the way down for several blocks. There's not, I don't want no disrespect, there's not a whole lot in the blocks on the left side. There's the Lazy Acres, and there's an office complex and a few things there. So it also raised a question for me about which is more important, the fact that somebody really needs to know exactly when they entered the town, or more that they, okay, I've really arrived in Hermosa Beach, more generally speaking. So for example, if we didn't have a sign there and you continued westbound on Artesia, if you kept going straight down Gould, you'd have the nice big greeting sign there. And if you made a left, according to this, you'd have a nice sign greeting you at either 21st or 24th. I can't tell what it is as you head southbound on PCH. So one specific input I'll give you is I don't think you need signs at both Harper Artesia and PCH 24th necessarily. So that could maybe be kind of an either or. So you could perhaps demote one of those. You have a similar phenomenon. You formally cross the border, say you're coming down and you cross by the new Skechers, you're coming south on PCH. And the thing is, we already have an existing sign there, so I guess we don't have to deal with that. But if there wasn't a sign there, I'd say, well, maybe we don't need a sign there, and you just wait till you get down further into town. And again, that's another case where it's Manhattan all on the left side, so. That's sort of the thought process there. But I guess it begs the question, how do people feel strongly about the PCH and 24th? It seems like a pretty key location as far as actually arriving in Hermosa, even though it's already well within the city borders.
In general, I'm kind of okay with the prioritization as shown. I mean, you could move some. I see your point, and if you move that one from medium to low, I'm not going to break my heart. But overall, I think the prioritization is pretty on the spot.
Commissioner Flory?
No, I agree with that completely. So what's going to happen? We're going to start with the digital board first, and then from there, whatever budget's left over, we're going to decide. Start with the high and then go down. That's the prioritization.
That's correct. And so if we have to figure out, there's a few more steps to go, but I think what I envision is we'll probably have to advertise a construction package, and we'll probably have alternatives in there. And so there could be options pending what kind of bids we get. Yeah. But the highest priority would be that digital sign, and then we'd work our way down through the priority levels.
Got it. Okay.
So could we approve the prioritization at this stage with the idea that we'll have an opportunity to look at the contractor, the bids, and see if that provides any flexibility in shifting one way or another?
Yeah, I mean, I think we wouldn't return with the bids to this commission, it would come to city council.
Understood. Yep. Thank you.
All right.
So I do have a quick design.
Go ahead.
Question, just real quick. Some of these signs are going to be visible from both sides. So does it say thank you for visiting Hermosa on one side and welcome to Hermosa on the other? It's silly, but somebody's going to, if it goes up with welcome on both sides, somebody's going to.
Or leaving, yeah.
Yeah,
Good
just
question.
whatever. It's just something that should be addressed. However we address it, that's fine. But some of them, like the one at Valley and Longfellow, you can only see that from one side. Same thing with the big one, Hermosa, and I guess you can see that from both sides. But it should be, whether it's leaving or thank you for visiting.
It would depend on the location. So obviously, if it's at the entry of the city, then you have the welcome as you're entering, and as you're leaving, it's really, that might just be the back of the sign, where,
Yeah. And it might just say Hermosa Beach, like it might not have to say, it might just take away the welcome. I don't know, but it shouldn't be welcome on both sides, whatever the solution. And then to throw a further monkey wrench, should we have some type of signage to indicate when you've entered the city on the Strand? I think it would be great.
Could that be part of the wayfinding?
That was my initial thought, but.
Could that be part of the 50,000 for the wayfinding?
But
That would be from Manhattan to Hermosa. That end?
and from Redondo. And again, I don't know, especially on the Redondo side, I don't know where you do it.
With the Redondo Avenue.
On the Strand?
No, on the Strand, not on Hermosa Avenue.
Foot traffic. We can talk.
And it would confuse people because most people think that the spot where you enter Hermosa is at the stairs, and it's actually like a half a block north. Or even maybe it's just at the bottom of the stairs. It says, "Welcome to Hermosa."
But again, how critical is it to know exactly when you?
How critical is any of this?
Well, no, because you're accomplishing more things than just telling people that they're in Hermosa Beach. You're welcoming them. You know, there's a lot of other benefits.
You've got a lot of people. You have a lot of people that rent bikes in Santa Monica and go all the way up and down, and like I said, I see value in it.
I like both. I think there are multiple.
I think it's low
benefits.
priority. Let me say that.
Yeah.
Well, and people like to take selfies on the Strand in front of the signs and stuff like that.
Right. Okay.
I agree that's a critical point.
Yeah, I think it belongs on the list. I think it's definitely not a high priority.
But does it need to be from this family of signs? I'm not sure. That I'm not convinced about.
I am.
Oh, you mean, would it be a different sign?
Yeah.
Maybe, but.
Yeah, I mean, later when we talk about wayfinding, there's talk in the staff report about whether it's geared more towards a vehicle, a pedestrian, or a bike. And we're going to talk about that when we get to wayfinding, but we're kind of crossing into that territory a little bit here. And I might argue that this is more of a bike, that's more of a bike and a pedestrian thing. It's not a vehicle thing. So that's why maybe it falls more under that umbrella. But you make a good point that it sounds like folks think it's a good candidate location for something. So I think that point is well taken. Look like you're ready to say something?
No.
So I still had my list, and there's only one thing on the list, but I would like to make my preparation. So at aviation, aviation as you enter into Hermosa Beach, it says medium, and it shows a modest sign. So I just want to get it on the record that I think as far as a location where you'd really, really have to have a sign, I think that's an important gateway on aviation into Hermosa there at Prospect. Now the fact that, and the fact that it's a modest sign, so to boot, says I'd kind of fight for it if I had a vote, because between a modest sign at what I think is an important location. So I just wanted to register that medium may understate the need for a sign at that location. So I just wanted to be sure to state that as part of my providing input. But overall, looking at this kind of holistically, I do think you did a good job of prioritizing, and it looks like you were thoughtful in the right type of sign for the right location, whether it was based on the constraints of the area you were working with or cost considerations. So it looks like this is a pretty well thought out scheme, I'll say, generally. Anyone else? Any additional input? So at this point, I think how do we
Okay,
So
so
let
you,
this go down for the record? I mean, we did provide recommendations. I don't know if we need to make a motion reflecting a consensus, or we just,
What if we motion to move the proposed gateway locations forward as is?
second.
I mean, I guess my question would be, you know, there's been a lot of back and forth commentary, you know, so if I were to modify that, I would say, motion to approve gateway signage in concept with recommendations from the commission.
to be adjudicated or taken into consideration
Yeah, to be taken by
staff.
staff, yeah, to put it in staff. I mean, again, you know, I don't think people agreed with me, but I think that on a lot of stuff, but, you know, it gives them wiggle room to listen to me.
I like your motion.
Okay,
It
so I'm going to make a
seems to be
substitute motion. Or
Yes,
I'm going to make
please
a.
do, please do. No,
what's
that's right,
the
substitute
motion.
We did get a second on the original motion,
Yes.
correct? So now, that means someone can now make a substitute motion if they like.
Correct.
And what will happen is we will vote on the substitute motion, and it's assuming it gets a second, and then if it passes, then the first
Yeah,
motion dies.
or I could make a friendly amendment. It's essentially the same thing.
Yeah, or you can make a.
So my friendly amendment would be to add that, that staff take into consideration the comments given by the commission at their leisure.
So if the maker of the original motion is okay with that friendly, we could go that route.
I am.
Okay.
And seconder as well? Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Flory, second by Commissioner Britton, and the accepted friendly amendment per Commissioner Hayes has been accepted.
I'll take a roll call for the vote. Commissioner Hayes,
Yes.
Commissioner Bender,
Aye.
Commissioner Floyd,
Aye.
Vice Chair Britton,
Yes.
and Chair Gretton.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. So that brings us to the third part of this, which is the recommendations on the desired goals of downtown wayfinding signage program, and more detailed recommendations for target audience, sign placement, and content. And I'll just go ahead and, while I'm speaking, you know, acknowledge this one's a little different because it seems to be more about the goals and the target audience than any particular design, just pointing out that distinction. Any initial comments about wayfinding?
Yeah, there was comment earlier about eliminating sign clutter across the city, and I tend to agree with that. I'd also say that probably everybody here in the room has GPS in their car or on their phone. And I think that signs are effective, but I think if we look at how we could utilize the signs for entry to Hermosa from Redondo or from Manhattan, I think that could be nice marketing. So if you're asking me what we should do with the wayfinding, we should have on the edges of the city. It should be a sign that really represents us and something that people could take a picture in front of, recognize they're coming in the city. That's my opinion.
Okay. I guess I'll go ahead and react to that. I think it sounds like you're describing more of a gateway sign than a wayfinding sign. Maybe I'm misunderstanding you.
You're correct. I think when I think of wayfinding, because there's plenty of signs, in my opinion, in the city already. When I look at new ways for wayfinding across the city, it would be on the boundaries where people are walking, because we're focused on, part of this is pedestrians and bicyclists, right? So where are they going to be? They're going to be on the Strand. So if we could have signs on both sides of the Strand, to me, that would be the most important for wayfinding.
Okay.
So I think that there's a couple different ways to look at it. Because people come here from out of town and then they park. So you need to kind of get them to the right, you need to get them to the shopping areas, the restaurants and everything. And then once they get out of their car, they kind of need to know, you know, oh, I think something like there were a couple signs, and I don't remember seeing on the package, but they're like, oh, more restaurants, you know, north and south on Hermosa Avenue, and it's not just all on Pier Avenue. So you've got a couple of different things you're trying to achieve. You're trying to get the people from outside the city to downtown, and then you're trying to get the people, you know, dispersed to the right places. I don't think that you need signs for the library, the post office, the fire department, like you see on some of these signs. People who live in the city know where those are. Maybe put the police department just as kind of a safety thing. But, you know, I think, you know, downtown shops and restaurants is, you know, that you would have now exactly where those need to be, you know, I don't know. And then on like kind of where Pier Plaza hits Hermosa Avenue, probably there you want to kind of direct people north, south, and east. You know, they've already figured out where the, you know, most happening part of town is, but you want to show them that there's other stuff, other places to go.
Let me piggyback on that. So again, Laura Pena's written input had a lot of, covered different types of signs, including the wayfinding. I think that was, you know, in particular, you know, and thinking about the businesses. And so based on what you just said, you kind of get there, and now that I'm here, where do I go? She had an idea of maybe having some sort of I don't know if it's a kiosk or some general sort of map down by the plaza that might help people to navigate from that central location elsewhere. I think that's an idea worth exploring, staff considering how difficult that would be to do and to implement and to maintain. So that's consistent with what you said earlier, Scott.
Yeah, the tricky part.
So that's maybe one way to accomplish that I wouldn't mind you investigating.
Yeah, the tricky part with the directory is things change so
Yes.
frequently that you can't keep up. You know, it kind of needs to be shops and restaurants.
Yeah.
I'm going to disagree with you. I don't know how many people ask me where City Hall is or where the police department is or the library. You know, local residents know that, but people new to the town, new residents don't. I think that's very critical, and it's very common in every city to have those signs. I don't like the kiosks. I like what's represented here. It's simple, it's direct, and it's just one sign in the right place.
Yeah. Well, not to conflate the two issues. I mean, the kiosk was sort of with what you do downtown and more of a business supportive thing. But getting back to the civic center type of things, I agree with you, Commissioner Britton. We still need to have something for that. But to sort of compromise between the two, my impression was, you know, do you have to have police, fire, and, you know, maybe there's just one thing that says civic center. I mean, they're all kind of in the same place. You know, you may not need something separate for all of them, but I think you do need something for fire. As for the post office, well, it's a federal, it's not a municipal. Does that matter to anybody? I don't know.
It's never open.
So I'm just thinking about sort of what's our philosophy as to how much guidance do we need to provide to sort of government locations, say, versus other types of locations. And I'm hearing different views on that.
I think fundamentally, the signage for like City Hall, library, post office, fire department, whatever it says, it should still be aligned with the broader branding that we're using for the gateway signage. And maybe we don't need all three. But I don't have an issue. I mean, I think it's pretty easy to see the fire department. It's very visual. It's kind of right there. But I think just consistent branding, and whether it says Civic Center, City Hall, whatever we call it out as. But those are city resources that taxpayers pay for and support, and so being able to point people in that direction is helpful too.
Okay, so there's the functionality and what you're trying to guide people to, and then there's the design of the signs that do that. As I was listening to you, first I thought you were saying that we should use similar types of signs for wayfinding as, say, for a gateway if they're directing them to a city facility. Is that what you're saying, or?
Well, this sign looks so different than a lot of the other signage in the town, and so I think this would be a great opportunity to continue that branding, that's all.
Okay, but this is the existing wayfinding, correct? In this slide?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, just to make sure that that's understood. So are you saying that you think we should continue to use a similar style of signage for those facilities? Versus what I assume is we're just gonna.
I suppose I have a clarifying question then. Are we being asked, with the wayfinding, are we removing signs? Are we upgrading signs to reflect current branding? Are we adding signs that we see are missing in the city, like shops? And so I think,
right,
clarifying question there.
No, great question, and I think that's why we brought it. So right now we have no proposal, and that's because we're trying to get clarity on what the consensus is for what we want to achieve. And I think what we tried to show with the inventory is that we already have a lot of signs. They're dated, they were installed over many decades, different styles for different purposes, and they all have different target audiences. And so if you look in the bottom right-hand side of your screen, there's a Walk Hermosa sign. It's only legible from a pedestrian standing right in front of that sign. The other signs where it might say City Hall, you can readily see that if you're driving down the road. And so there are different target audiences and purposes and placements for these signs that we have to think through. If we're talking about a kiosk sign in a plaza, that's for a pedestrian. And I think what we had was, when this CIP was created, it really came out of the 2022 Economic Development Strategy, and I think there were some real high-level discussion about what they were trying to achieve. I think Commissioner Hayes mentioned a little bit about trying to get foot traffic to the kind of the stretches of Hermosa Avenue away from Pier Avenue, so north and south of Pier Avenue, or walk up the hill to businesses. But I think what we're trying to get a little more input on is, how do we actually achieve that without creating sign clutter? I think removing existing signage is definitely on the table. I would advise that any sign that we put up, we take a sign down. We don't want to over-sign the street. And I think what we're trying to do is, what is the goal? What are we trying to achieve? And does the sign serve that purpose? And what would the sign say, and where would it be placed in order to do that? Because if the goal is to only direct motorists to parking, we could have a whole family of parking wayfinding signs that say Lot A, Lot B, Lot C, but that would be a lot of signs. If the goal is to direct folks to restaurants and businesses, then that's more information that you're giving to the motorists and the cyclists and the pedestrians. And so, not to say we couldn't achieve all of that, but what I'm probably cautioning is that we have a lot of signs. We're trying to get consensus on what are the most critical signs and what are the goals here that we want to achieve.
So my question is, are we the right body to decide that? I don't think we are.
I think we're qualified to provide input.
I do too, but I think this is a economic development with the Chamber of Commerce and.
I read the staff report, which is always a good thing to do, and as I was reading it, I was writing, agree, okay. So I'll just say, okay, we're concerned about clutter, agree. It may be that simple replacement of faded signage or relocation signs may be more effective than adding additional signage. I wholeheartedly agree with that. Now, if we decide the goals are different, maybe we're replacing some signs to say to go somewhere else instead of going here, okay? What's the target audience? Vehicle, pedestrian, or bicyclists? we probably should talk a little bit more about that. It's recommended that any signage avoid labeling specific business names. I agree with that. You know, so I mean, for me, it's a little bit of government, a lot of parking, because historically that's been what the businesses wanted. If it talks about the chamber in the staff report liking parking, so we still want a decent amount of that. I wouldn't go to a lot of individual businesses, but the idea of maybe a kiosk, but that would have to be very carefully done. Again, I don't know how you feel about that. You know, are there target audience? Is there a key target audience that's not currently being served? Should we talk about bikes versus peds versus vehicles? There's a lot on vehicles if you count parking as vehicles.
Yeah, and I think that was my point earlier. If you think about where all the bikes and pedestrians are, they're on the Strand, right? So what's our goal? Is our goal trying to get more people up, 14th off Pier to the businesses? I don't know.
Now, if we have bike parking, that seems like a good thing to direct people to. I mean, we've got some, I don't know, I mean, if we had larger facilities, maybe signs would be appropriate. Commissioner Britton?
Yeah, you know, first of all, we're a small town. And you drive into the city, you know where the restaurants and businesses are, if you're coming down Pier and so forth. Doing a kiosk advertising businesses, I think that's up to the business community, because they should be able to pay for their own signs. You put one business in, then another one's going to fight and everything else. Again, I'm concerned about clutter. I think simple direction signs, as much as possible, that are not too complicated. And the same thing, trying to reduce as many signs as possible. Again, we're a small city. You drive into the city, you look for parking. You're not looking for a sign for a restaurant, you're looking for parking. And once you get there, you see all the businesses and everything's walkable. I don't think we need to do much more advertising. If there is any, that should come out of the chamber.
I agree. If you were to pursue that idea, a collaboration might be the way to do it. So, a lot of talk. Is there anything more we can do for you, or has it been sufficient that we had a chance to stimulate your thoughts and provide your feedback as you consider to move forward developing the concepts?
So I'm just going through is the desired goals of the wayfinding signage program. I would say it's to get vehicles and pedestrians to and from parking, shops, restaurants, civic facilities. And this is not this is like restating the obvious, but I'm just trying to check the box here. Does anybody disagree with?
I would probably just say downtown. I don't know if I would say shops and restaurants necessarily, but now you're getting into the more, but maybe I'm splitting hairs at this point. I don't know.
And more detailed recommendations for target audience. I think it's.
Yeah. Well, no, sorry.
Yeah, like I said, I think we're operating in a vacuum here, and it really needs to be multi-jurisdictional.
Yeah.
Got to be somebody from the city, somebody from the chamber, and I'm not comfortable making these recommendations.
All right. While we're here, I'm just trying to see what opportunities we have to add value to the discussion. As you're talking about speaking, and I was thinking about Commissioner Forey's comment earlier, a little bit about when you enter town, and I think it's talked about in the staff report, right? You get to town, and then how do you even get close to these places downtown. So is there anything more that would need to get you, say, from a gateway to the downtown? You know, something that says pier, go that way, or downtown that way.
Well, as you're driving down the street, you know where the pier is, and then you're downtown. So I don't think we need direction signs for any of that. I think we need to focus strictly on what the city needs for the city needs, and anything as far as businesses, that should come out of the chamber and out of their budget.
I mean, I agree if there's something specific, but, you know, you kind of need something to point people to the business district.
Yes.
Because it's easy for us, we all lived here for however long. If you got somebody who's never been to town, you know, is it a sign on PCH that says, turn here for shops and restaurants, turn here to get to Pier Plaza?
Right. A couple of comments that I heard, you know, I was thinking to myself, well, we need to make sure
I mean,
we're accommodating visitors as well as residents in all of this. So I'll just
I mean, you see,
say that as a general statement, and I think the businesses would appreciate me saying that.
there are signs for King Harbor all over the place that directing you to that big sign, and then I still don't know if that necessarily points you in the right direction, but you do see the signs all over the place to try to get you to the pier, their pier.
I would be on these signs.
Those are just saying welcome. They're not telling you. Those are all around the perimeter. We need something to tell you to, you know, where to get, how to get to the middle.
That's where a gateway sign is.
Gateway just says hello.
Or it's digital.
Oh, that one, yeah.
It's digital. Downtown, this way, pointer, permanent pointer. Down.
But it also is going to be rotating. It's going to also say that, you know, Remo Vision is coming up, and there's a.
But you could have a permanent one saying downtown.
So what, we're going around in circles. What's our task?
Yeah. So I was going to ask, are there any more comments on wayfinding? And then I was going to ask staff, unless you can find a way to, you know, capture all this different input, would it be sufficient that for 3, instead of providing a recommendation, we just say provide input, and we say we did that?
I think that would be sufficient.
You should say that so everyone can hear. Hopefully the input is helpful. Thank you, Commissioner Hayes, for that input yourself. Okay, so I don't know that we need a formal motion then to address item 3 unless anyone feels strongly otherwise, and,
No.
or staff.
No.
Okay, any other discussion on signs or wayfinding as a last opportunity? Just generally, I thought you got a good approach. I like the way you broke it down. I like your approach to the budgeting and the allocations, the designs. You seem to have the right philosophy in a lot of areas going forward. And that goes to everyone involved, so thank you. Okay, so I'll go ahead and say that concludes item 12B or 12C on signage. Brings us to item 13, future agenda items. An important sentence in here I'll just highlight is commissioners should consider department's work plan when considering new items. I don't have any future agenda items to propose at this point. If staff wants to inform us of anything that might be coming 2 months from now, tree removals or otherwise, you can let us know, or if not, you don't know, you don't have to say anything there. Okay, so I'm not hearing anything from my colleagues or from staff, so I think we can close 13. That brings us to item 14, the director's report. For our new colleagues, I'll try to be kind of deliberate in how we handle this item. As you can see, it's broken up into 3 parts, so Joe and/or Saad will give an oral presentation on that. Then if anybody has comments on the activity reports or questions, that'll come next. And then I'll elaborate further on when we get to 14C, the CIP report, which is a big item. So take it away, Director San Clemente.
All right, thank you, Chair Grayson. So I have a few updates tonight. I want to give some highlights of some utility projects and other non-CIP things that are happening in the public works world. As you may have known, Cal Water has been doing a major water line replacement on Aviation and some of the side streets. That is now concluded. That wrapped up at the end of May. They finished all the pavement restoration. Of course, I'll highlight Aviation as one of those roads that we're coming back to do full resurfacing as part of our annual paving project. So there will be more coming. Stay tuned on Aviation, but that work is all done with Cal Water. Moving on, we carry supplemental projects in our budget each year. These are non-CIP, but infrastructure improvement projects that Public Works often advances. So one of the ones that was in the FY 25-26 budget was installation of fences at the South Park School. This was working closely with our Parks and Rec team. They operate a after-school program, and often the kids come out at the top of the staircase. And so what we did is we fabricated new fence gates so that they can close that area off for the kids and help keep the public from kind of mixing in with the students when they're standing outside the classroom. So we got a metal fabricator that was able to match the style of the fence, and those gates are all operable and installed, and that's complete. Along the Greenbelt, on the northern end near the Manhattan border, we recently did some beautification work at the Greenbelt. This is looking southbound at the Longfellow crossing. Previously, the wood chip path led straight across the street, and what we did is we split it to direct folks to the crosswalks to try to eliminate that conflict at the mid-block. We had done a similar treatment down at 8th Street in Greenbelt a couple years ago. So we did a similar treatment here, but then also added some beautification with some grass and some plantings. We still have the fencing out there to keep people from walking through it while it's still getting established, but that was recently just wrapped up in the last couple of weeks.
Looks good.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we wanted to provide a little bit we wanted folks to know when they enter in Hermosa that they were leaving Manhattan. And then you may have noticed some restoration work ongoing. This is Valley Drive over at 8th Street. SoCal Gas's contractor wrapped up gas line repairs and replacement. They finished the pavement restoration work today. They have to come back to some additional striping work that they have to do, but that's finally concluding. Our team is also starting another supplemental project that we have in the budget. We try to do grinding of our sidewalks every year. This is to reduce and eliminate trip hazards, where we just grind off a slice of any kind of dislodged panels of the concrete to make flush surfaces. We have a number of roads. This is actually ongoing. It started on Monday. It's going to be ongoing over the next couple months. The contractor is going to go around to all the red segments in here. So there's several miles of roadway that we're working on, but overall, they're going to do almost a mile of actual linear grinding. But again, that's spread out over several miles of roadway through the city, but that's actively ongoing. So if you do hear grinding in front of your house, it'll be short-lived. They make a little bit of noise, and then they move on quickly to the next spot. So it's a moving work zone.
Dumb question. So, I mean, the grinding is just where needed along that.
Just where needed, right. So we've identified a lot of locations along there, and if we identify additional spots, they do it, and we have a kind of an allowance for how much the contractor can do within that contract amount. But we can cover a lot of territory with the budget that we have set aside. Nice. And we try to do this every year. I think we lost our slides. Oh, okay. And I think this is the last one. So LA County Sanitation Districts, they are underway with a major sewer line lining project. They have a sewer line that runs through the entirety north-south of the city, from the Redondo border all the way through Manhattan Beach. It's actually, they're doing work in Manhattan as well. They concluded the first phase of the project and they're scheduled to begin phase 2. This is going to be ongoing for many months. I think we gave an update probably 2 commission meetings ago about this, but they're moving into the next section. They're going to start on roughly tentatively August 10th. It's going to take about a month to do this work. The challenge with the sewer lining is they have to put the bypass pipe in, and so we are looking at a bypass that would be placed along the median on Hermosa Avenue from 16th Street up to about 21st or so. In order to do that and minimize parking loss, what they'll be doing is removing one southbound travel lane, and we're going to be restriping the parking out into that travel lane. So it's going to be pulled away from the parking meters. We work really closely with sanitation districts and their contractor to try to minimize parking loss and try to phase these chunks in small pieces as much as we could, but still allowing the project to continue. One of the things that we did do was make sure they stayed out of the downtown core while they did in the summertime, in the summer months. So this is right on the fringe of that, but we did have to work with them to keep the project moving. So this is going to be ongoing in a couple weeks from now.
The question, so the phase 1 was further south and also closer to more east towards the Greenbelt, right?
That's
and if
correct.
I recall, all of them, when you showed it, as they go north, they also tend to go maybe closer to the shore.
Yeah, it starts to work its way because I think it was at Valley and 2nd Street, or Ardmore and 2nd, and then you're correct. It does work its way west, and then ultimately we're going to be up near Hermosa Avenue, near the bike path at the Manhattan border.
And again, this is considered the main trunk of LA County?
That's correct. This
Right.
carries a lot of, I think, all of our effluent out.
Right. And just, I'll ask a leading question to help educate the new colleagues here. So for sanitary sewers, I think that we have this major trunk that's more owned and responsibility of LA County, and then all the lesser lines are city, are correct?
Right, so the city owns its own source system for all the collection inside, but this is LA County Sanitation Districts. It's actually not LA County.
Right.
They're their own entity.
Yes,
and
thank you.
even though it's a confusing, I agree, it's a confusing title that they have, but they're their own entity and they operate all the lines that carry everything out. They do have a handful of service connections in the city. There are a few homes that are connected to these lines. So we have been working with them because there are a few homes that will lose service during the lining. They're going to be working directly with those customers when that does occur, but it's pretty limited to how many homes would be impacted.
Right. And so I was just trying to shed some light on the relative ownership and responsibility with respect to the entire sanitary sewer system in town.
And this is an old line. I think it's about 100 years old, if I remember correctly. And so what they're trying to do is line it to repair it before we have pipe failure. So there is some urgency to do this. A couple years ago, they actually had an emergency section that they did on Bayview Drive. And that was originally going to be part of this project, and so they completed that first section as an emergency, and now this is the rest of the project that has to get completed.
And this line ultimately goes to Hyperion?
I believe so, yes. Yep. And I think that concludes my updates on these slides. I don't think I have anything else.
And you can also look at the sewer master plan if you want to. It's the picture.
We go.
So
that concludes
that's it for
item
your director's
14A.
report.
Yep.
So does anyone have any comments or questions on the activity reports under 14B? I do not.
No.
Okay. So that brings us to 14C. And again, just to be clear, this whole 14 and 14C is a standing item at every one of our meetings. This 14C, this is kind of our opportunity to do our kind of core function as part of our reviewing the CIP program. So this is an important standing item. So the way this will work is we'll have a staff presentation, and I don't know if you've met or not, but this is Saad Malam is our city engineer, and he'll be making a presentation about whatever projects he wants to update us on. And then later, if any commissioners have comments or questions on projects not presented that are on the list, then we'll go around the table and people can have the floor and the opportunity to ask about those as well. So, and then as we kind of use our judgment as to whether to interrupt Saad, after each slide or after each project, it tends to be more efficient, in my opinion, to chime in sooner than later, than wait till the very end of the presentation at least. So with that, please proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Graythan. Good evening, Commissioners. Try to keep this brief since it's a bit later. And actually, this update will be a little bit more comprehensive since we haven't had an update. But this is going to go over the CIP program for this new 26-27 fiscal year. I'll try to keep the formatting similar to how it's been, starting with construction projects that are recently completed, but still counted in this fiscal year. So these two projects, Hermosa Avenue Green Street project and the CDBG sidewalk improvement project on Monterey, have been recently completed. Currently, they are in their project closeout phase, just working with labor compliance and closing out the projects. All punch list items for these projects have been completed.
Can I ask a question about that? The asphalt around where the Green Street work was done is in terrible shape. Is anything happening with that?
Yes,
Like specifically on Linden and on First Street are the two places that I've seen, but it's awful.
So the edges between the permeable gutters and the
No, well, that too, but it just like it's chopped up. I put it on our Go Hermosa.
So that's going to be part of the upcoming slurry seal project starting in the next couple of weeks. It's going to be coated and sealed, so it's a good blend.
I mean, I can show you a picture. It's divots. It looks like,
Yeah, it's
tractor
going to be
marks.
there's going to be some crack sealing. The gaps are going to be filled and then slurry sealed, so it's a nice finish.
Okay, I don't think that's going to fix the. Like I said, you can. It's really bad, especially in the areas where they were storing their material, where they were going back and forth with equipment. It's really bad.
You put in a Go Hermosa request?
Yeah,
I'll
I
take a
can
look.
show, when we're done, I can show you the picture on my phone.
We'll take a closer look.
It's the same
at
picture
it.
I sent on Go Hermosa, but.
In general, though, the border between where the permeable gutters were placed and the slot patch is going to be redone as part of the slurry seal just to
Okay.
get a clean finish. But
Yeah, some
if
of
there's
those are-
specific areas, we'll take a look. Any other questions? Moving on to construction projects that are currently under construction. Kelly Courts, we just started with the completion contractor to complete the tennis and pickleball portions of this project. The work is going to include removing the existing asphalt. Again, just for some clarification, this particular portion of the courts has about 2 inches of asphalt with concrete underneath. This completion contractor is going to, and which was not encountered as part of our initial design. The completion contractor is going to remove the asphalt, replace the asphalt, fill in the cracks, and then resurface both tennis and pickleball courts so that there's a clean surface that will last until the next resurfacing is scheduled. That process has started. It's going to continue through continue tomorrow into early next week when we have housing court, and then there's going to be a gap. There needs to be about a 1 month period where the new asphalt needs to fully cure all the, or as much as the oil from the asphalt is evaporated before the resurfacing can begin, so that the resurfacing can adhere properly. So there's going to be a 1-month delay where nothing's going on, but that's required prior to resurfacing. Continuing with other projects that are under construction, CIP 114, Greenwich Village North Undergrounding Project, Phase 1, which is the largest portion of the project, has been completed. Phase 1 included conduit installation, which was the biggest portion of the work that included trenching, backfill, and installation of the conduit. Phase 2, which is the actual utility installation, is being coordinated and currently underway with Southern California Edison and Frontier. And then this is going to be followed up by Phase 3, which is a private utility conversions. And finally, the existing poles and the existing infrastructure above ground is going to be removed after all that's completed. So we still have about a year until the poles are finally removed, but we're moving along with this project in the meantime.
How many staff hours are getting put towards this?
The biggest chunk of the project was that included staff hours was Phase 1. Phase 2 is going to be close coordination with Edison, and currently I think we have about 50 hours or so dedicated.
And it's just, there's nothing we can do now, but that's time that you could be spending on stuff that benefits the entire city instead of just one neighborhood.
Correct. Yeah, and again, Phase 2 is going to be somewhat more limited just to coordination efforts. Yeah.
And
there
even though we're being reimbursed for
some
it,
reimbursement.
it's still time that you can't spend on other stuff.
Good point.
Commissioner Hayes, I was going back and looking at our charts for slurry versus the annual paving. So Linden Street is listed for annual resurfacing, so it's going to be grind and overlay on Linden from Hermosa for its full length.
Ray Jackson must have more pull than me.
We go by PCI.
Of course. Before you go away from undergrounding, I was going to make a comment. I just want to acknowledge the way you've got it described now in our report. I like it. You've got a Phase 1 in each of the 4 phases listed. And what's nice about that is when you read that, it helps you to understand sort of the structure of these projects and especially appreciate all the different stakeholders that are involved between the city contractor, the residents, and the utilities, and different phases have different emphases on different parties interacting and being involved. So I appreciate you, the way you updated the staff report. Thank you.
Any other questions? Continuing on, CIP 685, which is a real-time crime center project, is moving forward with material procurement as well as obtaining Caltrans permits for portions of that project that's going to be within the Caltrans right away. Construction projects are going to be starting soon. CIP 107 was already awarded at the June council meeting. This project is slated to get started in a couple of weeks, with the majority of the slurry work happening in the second week of August. This project is going to be quite intrusive. The portions of the work, we don't have the slurry map on here, but it's been presented previously. Portions of the roadways that are going to be slurried at any given time are going to be closed off for a majority of the day during construction hours. So there's going to be ample notification sent out, multiple rounds of notification for this work, so that it could proceed and be completed with as minimal interruptions and inconvenience as possible. Next, CIP 504, which is Playground Equipment Replacement Project, mainly at Valley Park and Seaview Parkette. This is slated to go to award for construction at the July 28th council meeting, and then with an anticipated start of construction in mid-August, after the summer programs have been concluded, specifically at Valley Park. And just as a clarification, I believe there were some questions about this. Both at Valley Park and at Seaview Parkette, there is going to be new pour in place, the rubberized mat. That's only going to be going into place at the new equipment location. So the rest of Valley Park is still going to remain sand. It's only going to be the new park playground equipment locations. I'll have the new PIP rubberized mats. Same thing with Seaview Park. Projects that are in the conceptual planning phase. We have updates for the CIP 615, the City Yard project. On May 26th, Council awarded the Sequin Environmental Services consultant. They've started their work in coordination and conjunction with the architect that was already brought on board in February. Currently, site programming and concepts, as well as rough cost estimates, are in progress. We're hoping to bring that to council in early fall. There are a number of projects that are also in the conceptual planning phase, including annual storm drain and sewer projects, as well as the community center windows project, and as well as CIP 111 and 438, both of which were discussed in depth earlier in this meeting. And then lastly, we have projects that are in the final design prior to being advertised for bid. CIP 623, which is the Pier Structural Improvement Project. We got Coastal Commission waiver approval just last week. That was the last approval that we're waiting on. Next, we have our final plan review that we're going to be sending to the consultants to get the final plans and bid package ready to go for an anticipated bid later this month or early August. We're still anticipating construction for that to start in October after the really heavy use of the pier following the summer months, prior to the rainy season, as we're anticipating a heavy rain season, so that we can take advantage of as much time as we can to get the necessary construction and repairs at the pier. Other projects that are also in final design are CIP 106 and 115, which have been combined, the annual street and sidewalk improvement project, as well as citywide multi-space meter deployment, which are both in final design, and bid packages should be upcoming shortly.
Okay. I got a question on the streets and sidewalks.
Mm-hmm.
And this is one of those, sometimes I notice something and it's a chance maybe to learn something. So it talks about a topographic survey being done there. And I don't know if that's more of a streets thing or a sidewalks thing, and if there's something unique about part of this project that called for that, or if that's just a standard part of the
That
process.
was more so for not only sidewalks, but the curb ramps. In order to make sure that we design ADA compliant curb ramps, we get an initial topo survey so that we know what the starting points are, and then the design of the curb ramps are going to follow so that we have the adequate slopes, and so that we avoid in the field design of the curb ramp. So that's what the topo surveys.
All right, thank you for
mainly
enlightening us.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions? And then lastly, we have a list of pending projects. Again, in total this fiscal year, the CIP program includes 24 projects, and the remaining projects are pending staff availability, or pending just the timeline, but some of these are expected to get started shortly as well, but this is a list of pending projects.
Right, but they're still considered active, they're not deferred, but they're
Correct.
pending
This
staff
is
availability.
active
Right.
in this fiscal year.
Right,
That's
okay,
right.
just to clarify.
Any questions for the overall CIP program?
Anything more on the presentation? Does anyone have anything on the list that wasn't covered that they wanted to ask about? Okay, I guess not. So I believe that concludes this item and all of 14, which brings us to item 15, which is adjournment. So I'll go ahead and adjourn this meeting at 10:01 PM. Thank you and good night.